Good evening, my friends. I'm so glad you've joined me tonight. We're about to drift back through the centuries to an age of wooden ships, long nights, and quiet hopes whispered into the wind. This is not a tale of battles or conquests, but of men and women who looked westward with longing and dared to cross the cold ocean for the chance of a gentler life. If these stories bring you comfort, I'd be grateful if you touched the like button softly, or even shared a comment about where you're listening from. It always warms me to imagine someone far away, perhaps in a quiet bedroom or beside a small lamp, leaning back with eyes growing heavy. So now, let the world around you fade. If you like, dim the lights, crack the window just enough to feel the night air, or listen to the hum of a fan like the hush of the sea. Take a slow breath in and let it out even slower. Tonight we begin with a wish, soft, steady, insistent, that stirred hearts 1,000 years ago. A quiet wish stirs across the northern sea. Along the edge of Greenland, where ice meets the sea, winter presses hard even when the calendar says summer. The settlements are small, scattered along fjords where the water runs deep enough for ships but narrow enough for shelter. The houses crouch low against the ground, their walls made of turf blocks cut from the earth, layered thick to hold back the wind. Roofs are steep, covered with sod, so that from a distance the homes look almost like part of the hillside itself. Inside one such house, the air is heavy with wood smoke and the smell of mutton fat burning in a lamp. The benches built into the walls are crowded with family, grandparents, parents, children, everyone drawn close by necessity. A mother smooths wool over her lap, mending a tunic that will need to last another season. Beside her, a little girl watches, her chin resting on her knees, eyelids already heavy. Across the hearth, an older boy carves carefully at a piece of driftwood, shaping it into a handle for a knife his father will one day use. These are ordinary scenes, yet within them lies a deeper restlessness, a stirring not easily spoken aloud. For Greenland is beautiful, but beauty alone cannot fill stomachs or keep a family warm. The soil here is thin, stony, and stubborn. In spring, grass grows, yes, but only enough to feed a few cattle and sheep, never enough to ease the fear of scarcity. In winter, food must be rationed with care, every crumb counted, every portion stretched. Families learn to make do, but making do wears at the spirit. The land holds them, but it also presses against them, asking for effort far greater than the reward it gives. And so, as the fire dies low, voices turn to whispers. Someone recalls Leif Erikson's words of a place beyond the horizon where the soil is dark and rich, where trees grow tall enough for masts, where salmon crowd the rivers and grass rolls like carpets across valleys. At first, others scoff or shake their heads. But the thought lingers. It lingers because everyone, at some level, longs for a gentler life. The children treat it as a story, no different from tales of trolls or gods. They fall asleep imagining forests so vast you could walk for days and never see the edge, or meadows where cows wander with horns gleaming in the sun. But to the grown, it is something more dangerous, a temptation, a possibility. They picture themselves there, not just surviving but prospering. They imagine a life where effort yields plenty, where each winter can be faced without dread. In these long winters, dreams grow sharper. The wind howls across the roofs, rattling wooden doors, carrying snow that drifts against walls and nearly buries homes. Families huddle by the fire, counting their stores of grain, wondering if the sheep will last until spring. At such times, the stories of Western lands glow in the mind like banked coals, small, persistent, refusing to die. Come spring, when the ice breaks and the fjord waters move again, those glowing coals ignite into action. Men gather to shape timbers into ribs and planks. Driftwood is precious, and each piece is treated like treasure. Nails are hoarded, hammered straight if bent, reused whenever possible. Women prepare as well, weaving wool into strong cloth, repairing sails patched so many times they look like quilts. Ropes are braided and tarred, barrels sealed. Each task, though ordinary, carries within it the quiet weight of longing. Not everyone is eager. Some insist Greenland is enough. They argue that the sea is cruel, that to risk lives for rumors is folly, and they are not wrong. The ocean is dangerous, storms sudden, the horizon endless. Many ships have left and never returned, yet still, the longing pushes against their arguments. Hardship at home weighs just as heavily as danger abroad. One cannot measure the soul by safety alone. So the decision is made, not with shouts or feasts, but with nods, quiet agreements, the kind that settle like stones in a river. A ship is readied. Supplies are loaded, dried fish, cheese, butter, smoked lamb, bundles of wool, iron tools, seeds wrapped carefully in cloth. Families gather on the shore, hearts caught between fear and hope. On the morning of departure, the wind is cool, the sea restless but not hostile. The longship groans as it slides down timbers into the water, hull biting waves for the first time. The sail unfurls, patched but proud, catching the wind as if eager to carry such dreams. Men grip the oars. Women hold children close. Elders murmur blessings under their breath. Slowly, the shoreline shrinks, and with it, the known world. Behind them lies Greenland, harsh and beautiful, with its stone fields and narrow harvests. Ahead lies nothing but gray horizon. Yet into that gray they sail, because within every heart beats the same small, insistent wish. There must be something more. The ship does not carry conquest. It does not carry kings or armies. It carries farmers, herders, traders, people who want nothing more than steadiness, a place to belong without fear of hunger. That longing is stronger than fear, and it is what holds the sail open against the wind. As the coastline fades into mist, silence settles over the ship. Even the children grow quiet, sensing the weight of the moment. The sea stretches endless, but within each traveler is a flame of hope, faint but steady. It glows in their eyes as they turn westward, following the pull of a wish too strong to ignore. Oars beat steady as the ocean tests their courage. The ship has left the coastline behind. What was once Greenland, with its sharp ridges and familiar turf-roofed houses, is now only a memory fading into gray mist. Ahead lies the western horizon, a line that seems to shift and bend with every passing wave. For the travelers on board, this is the moment when the known world ends and the unknown begins. At first, the rhythm of rowing fills every thought. The men bend their backs to the oars, pushing against the weight of water that always presses back. The creak of wood is steady, almost like a heartbeat for the ship itself. Leather thongs strain, iron nails groan softly, but the longship holds. Each stroke cuts through the sea, and with it the silence of departure begins to settle into a new kind of music, an endless lullaby sung by water and wood. Days pass, and the sea reveals its many moods. One morning, it is smooth as polished stone, reflecting the pale northern sky in rippling silver. Children lean over the gunwales, laughing at their own reflections, daring to touch the water with their fingertips. The next day, dark clouds build in the distance, and the water shifts beneath the hull like a restless animal. The sailors mutter quiet words to one another, watching the horizon carefully. When the storm breaks, Rain lashes faces, and waves rise like walls. Yet the longship rides each crest, sliding down again into valleys of foam. The crew tighten ropes, bail water with wooden buckets, and whisper prayers that mix with the howling wind. Night on the open ocean is a world of its own. Once the sun dips, the horizon disappears entirely, leaving only sky and water as one endless dark. Stars burn fiercely in the cold air, more brilliant than any lamp or fire. Polaris shines steady, a promise that north remains north no matter how the sea rages. The Great Bear wheels slowly across the heavens, marking the hours with silent precision. Sailors lift their faces to the constellations as if greeting old friends. Some whisper the names passed down by fathers and grandfathers. Others simply stare, letting the sky remind them that they are part of something vast, something that holds them even when the sea feels hostile. Food is plain but steady. Dried fish chewed slowly, hard bread softened in water, a small wedge of butter passed hand to hand. The barrels of water are guarded carefully, every drop measured. Yet in these small meals, shared across the benches of the ship, there is comfort. The act of breaking bread, even rough bread, reminds them they are together. Around the bowls, voices rise quietly, speaking of what might await them. A man dreams aloud of meadows where cattle may feed without the fear of famine. A woman murmurs of tall trees, tall enough to build houses with beams that will last generations. The younger ones imagine rivers crowded with salmon, so many that the water seems alive with silver. These are not grand boasts. They are simple wishes, carried gently in the rhythm of speech, like lanterns protecting fragile flames. The children are less cautious. To them, the voyage is an adventure, a game without an ending. They count waves, invent stories of sea spirits rising from the depths, point at gulls that circle the ship, and pretend they are messengers guiding them. Their laughter, though soft, is steady. It keeps the hearts of their elders from sinking too deeply into worry. In the midst of danger, children have a way of reminding everyone that life, stubborn and bright, refuses to be silenced. Storms come and go, each one testing the ship and those aboard. One night, the wind shrieks so fiercely that the sail must be lowered, leaving the vessel to drift under bare poles. The rain is icy, the waves black as ink. Men take turns bailing water, their arms trembling with fatigue, while others grip the sides of the ship with white knuckles, eyes squeezed shut against the spray. But dawn comes, as it always does. The storm fades, the sea calms, and the survivors lift their heads to see gulls wheeling once again. The longship creaks but endures, and with it, their courage endures too. Not all moments are fear. There are wonders as well. One morning, a pod of whales rises beside the ship. Great dark backs glisten as they arch through the waves, spouting mist that catches the sun in silver sprays. The travelers fall silent, awe softening their faces. The whales glide alongside for a time, neither threatening nor fleeing, simply present. It feels, in that moment, as if the sea itself has sent companions to escort them across its expanse. A young boy reaches out his hand as if he might touch the massive creatures, though they remain just beyond reach. His mother gently pulls him back, but she is smiling too, her fear eased for a moment by the majesty of the sight. The days blur into one another. The sound of the oars becomes the measure of time. Dip, pull, lift, feather. The muscles of the men harden, but their spirits soften, lulled into the strange calm that comes with routine. Conversations grow quieter, words drifting into silence as people fall into thought. The sea, endless and unchanging, encourages reflection. Each traveler wonders privately what awaits them and whether they will see the western land at all. And then, when patience begins to fray, when doubt creeps close, it happens. A cry goes up from the bow. At first it is only a shadow, a darker line where sea and sky meet. The onlookers squint, shielding their eyes from the glare of sun on water. Hours pass, and the line sharpens. Land. A murmur spreads along the ship, growing into quiet exclamations. Children point, elders weep, men clap one another on the shoulders. For weeks the sea has seemed endless, merciless. Now, at last, it yields. The land is not close enough to touch, not yet. But it is real, undeniable, and it changes everything. Shoulders straighten, eyes brighten, oars move with renewed strength. The sea has tested them with storms and silence, with hunger and fatigue, and still they have endured. Now the horizon has answered with reward. As evening falls, the outline of shore grows more distinct. Dark forests stretch upward, a promise of timber. Cliffs rise where seabirds wheel, a sign of safe ground. The smell of earth reaches them faintly on the breeze, rich, damp, alive. It is not yet home, but it might be. First steps on rocky shore bring scents of pine and salt. Dawn breaks like a slow breath, pale light seeping beneath a lid of cloud and spreading a soft sheen across the water. The ship has drifted through the night under shortened sail, keeping the unfamiliar coast in sight without courting its hidden teeth. Now, as gulls begin their thin morning cries, and the sea lifts in a gentle heave, the land ahead gathers shape. What was a smudge becomes firs standing in dark ranks, the gloss of wet stone, a pale ribbon of beach where the tide draws lace across sand and pulls it back again. The first thing to reach them is smell. It rides the wind in careful threads, resin and crushed needles, cold mud breathing at low tide, the faint, almost honeyed scent that wood gives after rain. No one speaks for a while. They simply draw it in, and some close their eyes because the strangeness is tender and large, and because it carries the answer to weeks of rowing. Yes, there is a shore, and it is green. They bring the ship about to a cove that lies like a cup in the coastline, headlands shouldering out to tame the swell, a crescent of sand, and behind it, a meadow tufted with grass that ripples in the morning wind. A rocky spine runs to one side, dark with tideweed. Seals lift their small, shining heads from the water to watch, then slip under as neatly as children ducking beneath a blanket. Anchors bite, oars feather. The keel settles into sand with a sigh. A silence follows, wide and careful, as if even the gulls are listening. Two men wade down first, water hugging their shins and turning wool to lead. When their boots meet firm ground, the ship exhales. The rest follow, one by one, with a hesitation that is part caution and part reverence. The sand feels close-grained and damp, packing itself around their heels. The world seems to grow larger all at once. Sound travels differently on land. The wash of the tide has texture now. It clinks pebbles and cracks bladder wrack with soft pops. Trees make a small shivering sound when the wind moves their needles. Even their own voices acquire corners, bouncing lightly from stone and trunk. Someone kneels and presses a palm to the ground, a gesture older than history. Stay with us, if you will. We come gently. They work without hurry. Habit, more than any order, arranges the morning. The men unload the most necessary gear, axes wrapped against salt, a chest of iron, coils of rope that unfurl across sand like shed skins. A woman spreads a square of scarlet wool to dry in the timid sun. The color looks almost too bright for this patient landscape, as if a flame had folded itself into cloth. Another shapes a low circle of stones and lays damp wood within, coaxing fire as you might coax a startled animal, hands slow, voice low, breath attentive. Smoke rises blue and thin, taking the scent of pine right back to the sky. Breakfast is small and celebratory, hard bread softened in warm water, a curl of butter shiny as amber, dried fish torn with careful fingers. They eat standing or crouched on haunches, looking about as you do in a new house before the furniture arrives, quietly measuring doors, noticing the way light falls, deciding without words how the rooms might feel. A child picks up a shell and studies the smooth inside, then presses it to her ear, because in all places and all ages, children have tested the sea that way. Her mother smiles, and the smile softens the edge of fatigue around her eyes. When the tide loosens its grip and slides farther out, they walk the margins. The wet sand holds a whole book of marks, the gulls' neat triangles, the troubled script of a crab dragging one claw, the tireless scribble of water beetles. Further up, under the fringe of dune grass, the prints are larger. Deer, perhaps 2 by 2, deeply set and pointing as if to say this way, "Friend, we were here last night. The meadow is good." Another track halts them. A bear's, enormous and moon-padded, softened by rain. The men stand circling, weight forward, talking softly the way children do near sleep. No one is alarmed more than is useful. A bear is a neighbor whose door you do not pound upon, that is all. They find a stream. It comes out of the trees with quick, childish sounds and trades a braided mouth with the tide. The water is cold enough to seize teeth. One of the women tastes it from her palm and nods. It has no bitterness. They drink. A few wash their faces and startle at the shock, then laugh because it is good to laugh with ground under the laughter. Not all the barrels on the ship are spent, but to find a living stream seems like finding a language you thought you had lost. By midday, the sky lifts and sunlight drifts through. Thin at first, a gauze that mends itself between clouds, then stronger, warming stone. The trees are not the thin, hunched willows of Greenland. These stand straight and tall, their bark damp to the touch, pitch beating in beads so golden you could be forgiven for mistaking them for honey. When an axe strikes, the sound is hearty and tender both, a sound with a roundness to it. The chips fly and land warm on the cutter's wrists. The men stop often to listen, to angle their heads at the grain, to choose not only what they can take, but what they should leave. This, too, is a kind of treaty. They make a small yard on the meadow, posts and nimble lashings, a rack for drying fish once fish may be had. They pitch a canvas windbreak near the cooking stones. The ship, half drawn up, becomes a wall against the weather. Her ribs show brown and strong where the brine has not gnawed. Tools are counted and put away, not because anyone doubts the place, but because order calms the heart. A neat camp has its own warmth. In the afternoon, they walk the fringe where forest meets grass. The ground springs a little, littered with needles and old cones that press their pattern into leather. Light gathers in moving squares. Now and then a jay startles like a dropped plate of sky, and further on a quiet thunder of hooves begins, grows, and softens. Deer, quick and silent among the trunks. They stop when they come upon an opening strewn with berry canes. Last year's brittle curls lean over a low new green set with small white blossoms. Fingers itch, not with greed, but with remembering. Summer can fill a bowl the way a word fills a mouth. Someone marks the place with a twist of grass, a sign more to themselves than to any other creature. They find scars of older windfall, trunks laid down in patient diagonals, Moss sets its mild hand across the bark. Mushrooms write their brief poems in tidy rows. When a log splits under a boot, the smell is deep and clean, as if the tree was keeping a sunlit day under its skin. Two boys pry up stones and peer beneath, hoping for beetles. One shouts because he has found a lizard, small, impossibly quick. It stops and breathes and becomes a green punctuation mark, then gone. The boy laughs, and the laugh goes up through the trees without surprising them. From a rise, the sea becomes a thought and not a command. It lies out there in metal cures and blues so soft they look like bruises healing. The ship is a toy, the people moving about her no bigger than the fingernail of a thumb. Smoke moves up in a line that trembles, then straightens. The sight lifts something in the chest, a sense that the people and the ground are making a polite bow in one another's direction. No one knows quite how to say that, so they say nothing. Near evening, they discover the kind of proof that asks for quiet. On a flat patch above the cove are circles of stones blackened at the center. At the edge of one circle lies a fishbone snapped clean. A little farther, a piece of bark peeled in a careful strip. The men look at one another. Women step nearer, then hold back with a courtesy they did not rehearse. Not old. None of this is old. The rain has not had time to smooth the black. The wind has not had time to shuffle the ash into the grass. These are the small remains a fire always leaves when a party rises, douses, and goes on. No one is afraid in a running way. The fear that passes among them is thoughtful, like a hand closing a book without losing the page. The camp remains where it is, open, visible, tidy. But the conversation hushes when the work is done. A woman carefully folds the bright cloth and tucks it away. A man puts the axe with irons in a chest rather than upon a rack. Children are steered, not scolded, back toward the ship. The day has taught them two things very well: that the place is generous, and that it is not empty. They eat while the light thins. The fire's voice is conversational. A pot hangs from a green stick over low flame, and the broth, made from fish and herbs scavenged by the shore, tastes of salt and pine and the kind of hunger that improves everything. Pieces of bread are softened and share the pot, then lifted out on the flats of knives. A tiny girl yawns and ends with a smile she cannot help. Her grandfather dabs her lip with a corner of his sleeve and returns the gesture she used with the shell, presses the rim of his hand to his own ear, and pretends to hear the sea. After the meal, the work continues in those small ways that make a camp belong to its evening. Cord is checked. The ship is wedged against the backward slide of tide. Sand is scraped to make sleeping places less argumentative. A cloak is shaken out and refolded so that its wool will seem kind at midnight. These are acts that say we mean to be careful to anyone who might be listening from the trees. Shadows arrive, not as a threat, but as a garment. The forest grows its deep voice. Crickets scratch with their small penknives in the grass. When the first star appears, there is a strange lurch in the heart. The sky has traveled with them as faithfully as any friend, and now it lays itself out like a familiar quilt over an unfamiliar bed. Polaris steadies, and in its steadiness, someone finds that his breath has become slow without asking. Watches are set. Two men take the first turn and walk the line where the meadow meets the dark. They do not look hard into the trees. Looking hard makes a face where there is only the kind of shadow that keeps a forest private. Instead, they listen. The small, kind voices of night things that do not argue with the fact of people. Now and then the watchers speak. One remark to the other about the moon's dirty fingernail, about a bat that tacks as neatly as any ship, about how the tide writes its letter and folds it back into itself. Their talk would bore a child, and yet it keeps the world arranged. When the moon lifts, the cove glows as if a great hand had tipped milk into it. Fish turn under the surface and make circles of light. The ship, beached and sure, throws a soft shadow that looks like a sketched hull. From the far side of the headland, there comes the steady, indifferent breathing of the ocean, the long inhale and longer exhale that humbles and consoles at once. Somewhere in those hours, a fox barks, a single clipped syllable, and is done. Somewhere the bear, whose track measured their own, moves like a black thought among the bowls and goes about a bear's errands, which are older than people's errands and need no permission. And somewhere, much nearer than anyone will claim in the morning, a human step tests a patch of sand, pauses, and withdraws. The camp sleeps on, not unaware, precisely, but suspended between caution and hospitality, the way a hand hovers when it cannot decide whether to knock. When the second watch yields to the third, the men trade places with a look that is all the report needed. Nothing has happened, and everything has happened. They have stood a night on a shore that is new to them and old to itself, and this is the beginning of the story they came to find. By the first whitening of the east, several facts have settled the way bread settles in a basket, quietly, with weight. There is timber enough for masts and houses. There is fresh water that runs without sourness. There are meadows that, if respected, may fatten cattle past the narrowness of Greenland springs. There are neighbors whose hearths cool where these new fires warm. And there is a feeling among the settlers, a kind of grateful ache, that they have been allowed to place their feet upon this ground without being refused, at least for this one long, patient day. They do what people always do at the end of a first day in a new place. They tidy. A child's shoe is found and set upon the bench at the ship's stern. The cooking stones are rearranged into a more sensible circle. A stray chip of iron is tucked into a pouch. Someone picks up a length of cord and winds it properly, because even if no one is watching, order is a form of thanks. When the sun finally tips free of cloud and spills down the meadow, the camp looks almost domestic. No claim, no banner, only a small proof that people, anywhere, will make a table out of whatever the world offers. And then the day swings forward again. Nets will be set, lines cast, trees measured, paths marked by the lay of a twig or the turn of a stone. But the memory of stepping ashore, the first breath of pine, the sand cupping their heels, the quiet of that careful cove, will settle into each of them like a kept promise. Even years later, when stories shrink and stretch as stories must, this part stays plain and clean. They did not arrive with shouting. They arrived with listening. Beneath calm waves, quiet doubts begin to grow. Morning comes softer than the last, a pale drift of cloud dimming the sun so that it feels like the whole sky has decided to whisper. Dew has written its delicate script upon every blade of grass, and the settlers step carefully, as if not to smudge the ink. Yet even as the camp begins to stir, fires coaxed awake, nets checked, tools laid out in neat rows, there is a sense that not all is as easy as yesterday's landing. The air itself seems heavier, as though carrying a question no one wants to put into words. The Norse have always been practical people. In Greenland and Iceland, where winters gnaw at bones and summers vanish before they are trusted, survival depends on habits as steady as tide. Mend what can be mended, share what must be shared, and do not waste strength on wondering what might go wrong. But here, in this place of trees thick as a wall and meadows open yet unfamiliar, the ordinary rhythm feels unsteady. They can build, yes, they can plant, Yes, but can they belong? That question hovers like a gull overhead, silent, patient, waiting for a scrap to fall. Men take axes to the woods. The sound is crisp, confident, reassuring at first. Yet after a time, the forest seems to answer back, not with words, but with its vastness. For every tree they cut, 1,000 remain, standing dark and dignified. It is like trying to drain the sea with a bucket. A noble task, perhaps, but a task that makes you aware of your own smallness. One of the older men pauses, hand on his axe, and murmurs that the trees feel different, older, more rooted, unwilling to be hurried. He says it lightly, half in jest, but no one quite laughs. At the stream, women wash clothes and speak in hushed tones. The water slips over stones as it has for centuries, indifferent to whether wool from Greenland or hides from local hunters are dipped into it. The women wring out cloth, spread it on bushes to dry, and glance often toward the tree line. They are not afraid in a sharp way. Rather, they sense what the men sense, that eyes may be watching, though unseen, and that these woods have heard other songs than theirs. A child drops a pebble into the water, and the splash sounds louder than it should. The mothers smile, but their smiles are stretched thin. As for the cattle, they graze uneasily. The meadow grass is rich, thick, sweet, but the animals twitch their ears and stamp as though the ground itself unsettles them. Perhaps it is the new scents carried on the breeze, wild animals, dense undergrowth, flowers that bloom differently here, or perhaps it is simply the echo of the settler's own restlessness. Animals are mirrors, and these reflect doubt. Around the fire at midday, talk grows sharper. A man named Kettle argues they should begin fencing the meadow at once. He points at the bear track found the day before. If we do not claim the ground with fence and stake, it will claim itself, he says. Others frown. To fence so soon feels like shouting in a place that has only just learned their names. Thorin listens but does not decide. His eyes wander often to the horizon, where the line between sea and sky looks like a balance waiting to tip. The silent barrier is not wood or stone or even the presence of others. It is misunderstanding. When the Norse look at land, they see soil to be worked, space to be marked, boundaries to be held. When the people of these forests look at land, they see paths that shift with season, meadows that open and close with time, rivers that belong to no one and everyone. Two languages of belonging, each true, each untranslatable. The settlers do not yet know this fully, but they feel it, as one feels a draft before seeing the open door. Late afternoon brings a change in light. Sun breaking through at last, golden and generous. The camp warms, yet the unease remains. The men repairing a boat shed notice footprints near the waterline. Not Norse. Barefoot, narrower, lighter. They bend low, touch the impressions, exchange glances that say more than words could. Someone suggests children might have made them, playing near the tide. Another shakes his head. The stride is too sure, too deliberate. Still, no one speaks of danger outright. Instead, they busy themselves. Nets are mended with almost frantic precision. Ropes are coiled twice as neatly. Fires are fed with larger wood than necessary, as though brightness itself could chase away the unknown. The children are told to stay close, though the tone is casual, as if it were mere advice and not command. Night comes early when minds are heavy. The fire's glow stretches long across the meadow, pulling shadows into shapes that look almost like people. The watchers on the edge of camp stand straighter, eyes darting. They hear owls, the rustle of small creatures, the creak of trees leaning into wind, and once, only once, a sound that does not fit. The faint crack of a branch, heavier than a deer would make. They wait, breath caught, but the sound does not repeat. Silence returns, heavier than before. When sleep finally settles, it is not easy sleep. Dreams come restless, full of shifting shadows and voices too faint to understand. Even in slumber, the settlers sense it. The land does not reject them, but neither does it embrace them. They are guests who have not yet been invited to sit, waiting on the threshold, listening for footsteps inside. The silent barrier is here now, as real as the timber walls they hope to raise. It does not shout. It does not strike. It simply waits, testing their patience, measuring their humility. And in that long pause, a truth begins to take root. The hardest walls are not those built of stone, but those built of different ways of seeing the world. A chance meeting mirrors fears and quiet hopes. The morning begins like a hesitant song. Mist curls low over the meadow, softening every line so that posts, ropes, and even the ship itself look as though they were drawn in charcoal rather than carved in wood and iron. The air is still. Even the gulls are subdued, drifting without much voice. It is in this kind of weather that the Norse move more carefully, speaking with fewer words, letting the sounds of their work, hammer on peg, knife over wood, fire coaxing damp sticks, fill the silence. It happens when the mist begins to lift, a shape at the edge of vision, still as a stone at first, then another beside it. At the tree line where meadow folds into shadow, two figures stand, not moving, not hiding, simply present. The settlers notice almost together, as though some inner cord had been plucked. Tools pause mid-motion. Words hang unfinished. The fire gives a small crack, and it sounds enormous. No one runs forward. No one shouts. Even the children, usually restless as sparrows, feel the gravity and remain close to their mothers. The figures wait. Slowly, Thorin steps out from among his people. He is tall, his cloak plain, his hands empty. He does not rush, but neither does he creep. When he stops halfway across the meadow, the distance between them is still wide, but the air feels taut as a bowstring. The two strangers are unlike anyone the Norse have known. Their hair falls long and dark, their clothing shaped from hides sewn with a care both practical and beautiful. Their faces are painted, not garishly, but with lines that seem to echo the forest's own design. They hold no weapons in hand, though boughs are slung across their backs. Their stillness is not the stillness of fear, but of measure, watching, weighing, considering. For long moments, nothing passes between them but breath and the faint ripple of grass. Then Thorin does what a trader does best. He gestures, a hand to his chest, then outward, slow and deliberate. We are here. We see you. We mean no harm. The taller of the two strangers tilts his head, as if deciding whether this language of hands is worth learning. Then he mirrors the gesture, a palm to his own chest, then outward, a mirror. No more, no less. A rustle passes through the Norse group like wind in straw. Relief and unease braided tightly together. If they can mirror, perhaps they can meet. Thorin takes a step closer, then kneels, and from his belt he draws not a weapon, but a strip of wool cloth dyed the red that so dazzled the settlers themselves when first unfurled. He lays it on the grass between them, then rises and steps back. The strangers glance at one another. After a pause, the shorter steps forward, crouches, touches the cloth with careful fingers, then lifts it. For a moment he holds it against the light, the red glowing as though it were ember rather than fabric. He says something low to his companion. The sound is unfamiliar, liquid, full of rhythm, carrying no anchor for the Norse ear. Yet it is not threatening. It is wonder or curiosity or perhaps amusement. He folds the cloth and places it over his shoulder, then reaches into a pouch at his side. What he withdraws is fur, soft, thick, shining with health. A fox pelt, worked so fine it gleams almost like water. He sets it where the cloth had been, then retreats. Now it is Thorin's turn to kneel, to lift, to feel the texture that promises warmth against any Greenland winter. He nods, not smiling widely, but with that deep nod that says, a man has understood a bargain. So it begins. Not words, not treaties, not handshakes, but exchange cloth for fur, a gesture mirrored by another, a cautious dance of trust on a meadow that smells of dew and smoke. The settlers watch with a mixture of relief and tension. Children peer from behind skirts, their eyes wide. One whispers, "They look like the forest itself," and her mother hushes her, but not unkindly. Men grip their tools a little less tightly, though no one lets go entirely. The stranger's presence is reminder enough that the land is not empty. The meeting does not last long. A few more items are exchanged. A small knife, its iron edge glinting, for beads carved of bone polished to satin. A twist of cord for a bundle of herbs that smell sharp and resinous. Each trade is performed slowly, each step backward as deliberate as the step forward. Then, as quietly as they had appeared, the strangers retreat. No rush, no sudden turn. They fade into the trees until mist and shadow claim them again. For a long time, no one moves. Then Thorin exhales. It is as though the whole camp exhales with him. The spell breaks, and voices rise, low and urgent. Some praise the exchange, pointing to the fur, the herbs, the beads. Others frown, muttering about the bows they saw, about the way the strangers looked not surprised but expectant. The children hold the beads, running small fingers over their smooth surfaces. To them, the strangers are not threat but story, figures stepping out of the woods like characters from an old tale. To the elders, they are something more sobering, proof that they are not the first to call this place home. That night, by the fire, Thorin speaks. His voice is steady, his manner calm, but the weight in his words is clear. "We are not alone," he says. "We will not be left alone. That much is plain, but if we can mirror each other, perhaps we can share." No one argues aloud, but thoughts run deep as the embers. Sharing is not the way of every Norseman. Land is claimed, fenced, inherited. To share is to weaken, some believe. Yet here, on this quiet shore, the old patterns may not hold. As the fire sinks low and shadows gather, one of the children asks, "Will they come back?" No answer is given, but in the silence, everyone feels it. Yes, they will return. And when they do, the true test will not be in what is traded, but in what is understood. The camp drifts into uneasy sleep, the red cloth gone into the forest, the fox fur folded by the fire, each side now carrying a piece of the other. Gentle trade opens doors where swords would fail. Morning drifts in softly, with a pale wash of light across the meadow and a low hush in the trees. It is not quite silence. There are gulls, and the slow lap of tide, and the faint trickle of the stream, but all those sounds seem hushed, softened by something unspoken. The settlers move carefully, not with fear, but with the kind of attention one gives when entering a neighbor's home. They know the strangers will return. Everyone knows it, though no one says so aloud. And return they do. Before midday, shapes appear once more at the edge of the wood. Not two this time, but 5. They stand in a line of quiet balance, as though they have all rehearsed a single motion. The Norse notice them quickly. Again, tools pause mid-swing, voices hush. But the air feels different from the first encounter. The edge of surprise has dulled. Anticipation lingers, yes, but not the same raw uncertainty. Thorin steps forward once more. He carries nothing in his hands except a strip of cloth folded neatly. Its red has not dulled in the damp air. If anything, it glows more vividly under the gray sky. He lays it on the grass as before, then withdraws. The visitors confer quietly among themselves, then approach. This time, they bring more than a fox pelt. They bring bundles, furs of beaver, caribou, mink, their sheen rich and undeniable. When they set them down, even the most practical among the settlers cannot hide their awe. What follows is less a negotiation than a dance. The Norse bring forward items of iron, nails, a hatchet, knife blades. Each piece is laid down with care, not in abundance, but in careful measure. The strangers respond with fur after fur, their eyes alight at the sight of metal that holds an edge sharper than any stone blade could offer. They murmur to one another in a tongue the Norse cannot understand, but tone speaks plainly. Excitement, perhaps even wonder. Children creep forward, drawn by curiosity. One small boy holds a wooden toy, crudely carved but clearly a ship. He shows it to one of the visitors, pointing to the prow, then to the real vessel drawn up on the sand. The visitor squats, studies the toy, then smiles, a slow, quiet smile that needs no translation. He taps the toy, then gestures toward his own skin boat, drawn on the sand with a finger. For a moment, two worlds touch, ship to ship, child to adult, wooden toy to finger-traced line. It is not a contract, not an alliance, but it is kindness. Kindness becomes the key. It is not in the large exchanges, but in the small gestures, sharing a sip of milk from a cow, offering dried berries in return, laughing together at a calf's clumsy attempt to butt its head. These are not the things recorded in sagas, but they are the moments that smooth the air, that make space for coexistence. The Norse notice something too. The visitors have their own goods, their own crafts, their own mastery. The bone beads are carved with precision that would shame many a Norse artisan. The herbs they carry have scents both sharp and soothing. One is crushed and rubbed on a sore hand, and the pain eases. The message is quiet but clear. We are not without knowledge. We are not without skill. Still, the barrier lingers. The language remains unshared, and gestures only carry so far. When a man offers an iron knife and holds out a hand for 2 pelts, his intent seems fair to him, but the visitors pause, confer, and lay down 3 instead. Generosity or misreading. The Norse murmur among themselves, some uneasy. Yet Thorin silences them with a look. Better too much kindness than too little, he says, though he says it in their tongue, not the strangers. Afternoon deepens into evening. The visitors remain longer this time. They move among the cattle, watching the strange beasts with wary fascination. They handle tools with careful fingers, testing weight and edge, returning them without claim. They examine wool cloth as though it were woven from fire itself. The settlers, in turn, study them, not rudely, but with the kind of attentiveness one gives to a puzzle. How they braid their hair with strips of hide. How they move with a grace that wastes no effort. How their laughter, when it comes, is quick and bright as falling water. By the fire that night, the Norse speak of what it all might mean. Some are buoyed with optimism. See, they say, we have found a way. We have made peace not with swords, but with gifts. This land can hold us if it will hold them too. Others frown, uneasy. Too much trust, they mutter. A smile hides many things. But even the warriors admit that no harm has come today, only furs, herbs, and laughter. And yet, beneath the warmth, shadows stretch. The iron tools are fewer now, the furs greater. Is this balance, or is one side giving more than it should? The question lingers, unspoken, like a thin crack in an otherwise sturdy wall. That night, sleep comes easier. The fire burns low, the wind hums steady through the grass, and the settlers dream not of shadows in the trees, but of bright cloth and gleaming furs. Yet even in those softer dreams, the truth presses gently. Kindness is not an end, only a door. What lies beyond, no one yet knows. Calm days mask the storm waiting beyond the tree line. The days that follow are gentle, almost too gentle. The sun spills across the meadow in long golden beams, and the air carries the smell of pine warmed by late autumn light. Children run between the ship and the stream, their laughter high and careless. Men mend nets or test axes against new-hewn logs, while women shape milk into curds, hanging small bags near the fire where the whey drips and hisses as it touches the embers. From a distance, it might seem a village already settled, a community poised to endure. Yet beneath the warmth, something unsettled moves quietly, the way roots grow unseen under soil, or a tide gathers far out before it can be heard. The visitors return often now. Some come alone, some in pairs, sometimes a larger group of 10 or 12. They bring furs in abundance, fox, beaver, and the deep shining coats of otters. They bring carved bone, strings of shells, and herbs that soothe the stomach and sharpen the senses. In return, they take iron. Always iron. Nails vanish by the handful. Axe heads are admired until their weight rests in another's pouch. Knives leave one hand and do not return. At first, the Norse see only success. What is iron to them, after all? A bar in a chest, a tool that can be reforged. What are furs to them? Comfort against Greenland's bitter winters, wealth in any market across the sea. But after the 5th or 6th exchange, the chest feels lighter. A man mutters that they have given too much. Another shrugs. Better to have friends than enemies. Thorin listens, nods, but does not answer. The quiet climax builds not with a shout, but with repetition. Each day repeats the one before. Visitors at the edge of camp, trades made, furs stacked, iron vanishing. Each night ends with murmured debate around the fire. Some voices rise in gratitude, some in doubt. The children, sensing the unease, whisper in their sleep. Dreams turn restless again. One afternoon, a bull breaks loose. It charges across the meadow with its heavy head swinging, horns gleaming in sunlight. The visitors, arriving just at that moment, stop in their tracks. Their eyes widen, their hands fly to weapons. For them, the beast is no cow, no tame animal, but a monster sprung from some unseen crack in the world. They scatter, shouting in their tongue, some dropping the furs they carried, others knocking arrows, though none fly. The bull, confused, crashes into the woodline and vanishes. The meadow falls silent. The Norse gather their cattle, muttering. The visitors do not return that night. The fire burns lower, and every glance seems to drift toward the tree line. The next morning, watchmen see boats offshore. Not 2, not 10, but dozens. Small skin boats, each rocking with the swell, each carrying figures who do not approach, who do not trade, who simply watch. The air tightens. Voices hush. The children are kept close. The climax is not battle, yet. It is the weight of what might come, pressing on shoulders, slowing breath. The settlers repair boat sheds with hands that tremble just slightly. They sharpen tools but do not say why. They store food in sacks tied tight and hidden near the ships. At night, no one sleeps deeply. The owl calls, the tide shifts, a branch cracks, and every sound is heard as a signal. In these days, kindness falters, not fully, not yet, but in small ways. Cloth is no longer offered freely. Iron is guarded more carefully. When visitors appear at the edge of the meadow, they are met with stiffer gestures, with smiles too narrow to be honest. And when the visitors look at the Norse, their own expressions are harder to read. Respect, suspicion, a memory of the bull's charge. Thorin tries to hold the balance. He speaks of patience, of caution, of waiting for tempers to settle. But even he cannot deny the numbers. He has 60 fighting men, perhaps fewer if sickness or injury strikes. Out there on the water are hundreds, bows against axes, arrows against shields, numbers against skill. The equation does not solve cleanly. One evening, as the sun bleeds red across the horizon, a meeting is held. The settlers gather around the fire. Smoke rises, catching in the eyes. Voices trade like stones dropped into water. Some say, "We must fight, or we lose all." Others reply, "If we fight, we die all the same." Thorin listens, stroking his beard, his face set in lines of thought. Finally, he says, "We will wait. Tomorrow, I will speak with them." The words settle like ash. Not all agree, but none challenge him outright. Leadership carries weight, and in that moment, his calm is their only shelter. That night, the meadow holds its breath. The boats remain offshore, fires glimmer faintly in the trees, and the settlers lie awake, each wrapped in wool and thought. The quiet climax hangs over them, heavy as the sky before a storm. It is not a scream. It is not the clash of iron. It is silence, the kind that sharpens every heartbeat, the kind that waits just one gesture away from shattering. One gesture tilts peace toward an unseen edge. The day dawns gray and cool, the sky stretched thin as parchment. Mist curls along the meadow, pooling in hollows, clinging to the ship pulled onto shore. The settlers rise in silence, their movements slower than usual, weighed down by the knowledge that something must give. Even the cattle seem uneasy, stamping hooves and swinging their heavy heads, as if they too feel the pressure in the air. Out on the water, the flotilla waits. Dozens upon dozens of small skin boats, their dark shapes rocking with the tide. From a distance, they look like scattered stones, yet every settler knows each carries 2 or 3 watchers, eyes fixed upon the camp. They do not approach. They do not retreat. They simply remain, patient as the sea. Thorin knows he cannot ignore them. He gathers a handful of men, Snorri, steady and thoughtful, Ulf, who has picked up fragments of the stranger's tongue, and 2 others chosen for calm rather than strength. They ready a small boat, its hull scraped clean and oiled, its oars polished from long use. No weapons are shown, though knives are hidden discreetly beneath cloaks. The gesture is meant to soothe, not provoke. The settlers watch from the shore, breath caught in their chests. Children cling to mothers, eyes wide. Men grip axe handles, though none are lifted. Women whisper prayers under their breath, old words carried from Norway and Iceland, asking for guidance in a land that does not know them. The boat slides into the water with a familiar scrape. Oars dip, rise, drip, dip again. The rhythm is steady, the kind that calms men's nerves when voices falter. Slowly, the distance narrows. The flotilla stirs. A ripple of movement passes through the line of boats. 3 detach, gliding forward, paddles slicing water with silent grace. They meet in the middle, the Norse boat on one side, the 3 skin boats on the other. Thorin rises. His cloak flutters in the sea breeze, its silver brooches catching faint light. He spreads his arms wide, palms open, a gesture of peace. His voice carries, low but steady. We come to share. There is space here for all. Of course, the words mean nothing to those across the water. Yet tone matters, posture matters. He gestures again toward the meadow, toward the boats, then back toward the visitors. Together, his body says, enough for both. One of the strangers stands. He is tall, his hair braided, his face marked with dark lines that seem to flow with the muscles beneath. He listens, expression unreadable, then raises his own arms, mimicking Thorin's gesture. For a moment, hope flares. A bridge, perhaps. Then the stranger speaks. His voice is stronger, sharper, carrying the cadence of command. The words roll like river stones, smooth but hard. No settler understands them, yet meaning bleeds through. This land is not theirs to share. It belongs already. The arms spread not in peace but in boundary. This far, no further. The silence that follows is heavy as iron. Thorin lowers his arms, nods slowly, lips pressed thin. He answers in his tongue, words that matter less than the tone. We cannot leave so easily. We have crossed the sea. We have brought families. We have built homes. His voice falters, not in weakness, but in recognition. He knows they cannot both be right. The stranger's answer is not spoken, but shown. He lowers his arms, grips his paddle, and strikes the water once, hard. The sound cracks like a whip across the bay. The three boats turn sharply, retreating toward the flotilla. The gesture is unmistakable. An ultimatum has been given. The Norse row back in silence. No one speaks as the oars dip and rise, carrying them toward shore. From the beach, the settlers watch, eyes searching for any sign of success. But when Thorin steps onto sand, his face tells all. He shakes his head. They will not share. They want us gone. The words spread like a chill wind. Some cry out in anger, others in despair. A few whisper that perhaps leaving is the wiser choice, though their voices are drowned by shouts of pride and defiance. We built these halls, one man says. We brought cattle. We cleared land. Why should we leave it for them? Another counters. We are too few. Look at their numbers. To fight is to die. The debate swells, voices clashing like surf against stone. Yet beneath the noise lies something deeper, a quiet shock, the recognition that kindness and trade were not enough, that goodwill cannot erase two entirely different visions of the same ground. Evening falls heavy. The boats remain offshore, closer now, their numbers uncountable in the fading light. Fires spark in the distance along the tree line, faint but visible. Signals, perhaps. Warnings, perhaps. The settlers huddle in the longhouse, wool pulled tight around shoulders, listening to the wind and the restless stir of cattle. A child asks in a whisper, "Will they come tonight?" No one answers. The silence is answer enough. The shock is not in battle, not yet. It is in knowing that all paths are narrowing, that the meadow which felt wide and open a week ago now feels like a trap. It is in seeing faces around the fire, lined with fatigue, shadowed by doubt, and knowing each one may not be here tomorrow. Thorin sits apart, staring into the flames. His hands are steady, but his eyes are distant. He is a trader, not a warrior, yet now he must choose between two wars. A war against overwhelming numbers, or a war against despair within his own people. Both can kill. Both may. The fire snaps, sending sparks upward like fleeting stars. For a moment, all eyes follow them, each ember rising, burning and dying in the night. a reminder that even light cannot hold forever. And still, out on the water, the flotilla waits. The settlement debates, to defend or to depart. The meadow is restless. Not just the people, but the very ground itself seems to hum with unease. The grass sways in quick gusts, the cattle stamp and low, even the gulls circling overhead wheel more tightly, as if unsure where to land. A decision must be made, and every heart feels its weight. The longhouse is crowded that evening. Smoke from the hearth curls thickly, and the smell of wool dampened by sea air clings to every cloak. Men and women gather close, their faces carved by the fire's shifting glow. Outside, the watchmen pace the meadow's edge, glancing often toward the bay where the flotilla sits like a wall of dark stone. Thorin rises first. He does not shout. His voice is calm, deliberate. "We stand at a threshold," he says. "We can stay, or we can sail. But we cannot do both, and we must choose together." His words are simple, but their weight presses on the room like the heavy roof beams overhead. The arguments come quickly. Kettle, whose hands are rough from cutting timber, speaks for fighting. "We crossed the sea for this land. We cut these beams, raised these roofs. If we leave now, what do we carry home but shame? Better to fight, even if we fall, than to flee." His voice trembles not with fear, but with the fire of pride. Others counter. A woman named Astrid, holding her small son in her lap, speaks quietly. "What is land if we lie buried beneath it? What is pride if our children have no breath to inherit it? We can leave and live. That is not shame. It is wisdom." Her words ripple through the crowd, softer but sharper than Kettle's. The debate swells. Some nod with Kettle, some with Astrid. Some shift uneasily, caught between. The air grows hot with argument, yet no one raises a hand in violence. They are too tired, too aware that division will destroy them before any battle can. Snorri speaks next, his voice low, almost weary. "The strangers do not want half. They want all. If we fight, we may hold them for a day, perhaps two. If we leave, we may find another shore, another chance. Which story do we want told of us? That we died for timbers, or that we lived to try again?" Ulf shakes his head. "And what of the furs we have gathered? The herds we have carried across the sea? Do we abandon all? Do we let them claim what we have built with no struggle?" His words carry bitterness, but also pain. The pain of a man who has carried burdens and does not wish to see them wasted. The fire pops, sending sparks into the air. Each spark feels like a thought, rising, glowing, fading. No answer settles. No voice conquers the rest. The settlers sit in the crackling silence, weighing not only survival, but meaning. For what is a home if not a place defended? Yet what is life if thrown away too quickly? Outside, the night deepens. The watchmen whisper of movements in the flotilla, of shadows passing from boat to boat. They see no attack, but the waiting itself gnaws more than arrows would. Children lie awake, listening to the murmur of voices, sensing the tremor of doubt. The cattle pace their pen, hooves striking earth in restless rhythm. At last, Thorin speaks again. His face is grave, his tone steady. "We will not decide in anger," he says. "We will rest. At dawn, we choose. By then, hearts will be clearer, and the path, though still hard, will show itself." His words do not solve, but they soothe. One by one, voices quiet. The fire sinks lower, people drift into uneasy sleep. But even in sleep, the debate continues. Dreams are filled with choices. Some dream of axes raised against endless foes, of shields splintering and arrows blotting out the sky. Others dream of ships sliding silently into dark water, of sails filling with wind. of land fading into mist behind them. Both dreams feel real, and neither feels kind. Morning comes pale, cold, mercilessly clear. Frost silvers the grass, and the breath of every settler puffs in white clouds. They gather again, wrapped in cloaks, eyes rimmed with sleeplessness. The flotilla is still there, boats rocking gently, waiting, always waiting. The debate resumes, but softer now, worn down by exhaustion. Pride still burns in some hearts, fear in others, but both pride and fear bow before hunger, before the sight of children rubbing cold hands together, before the knowledge that cattle cannot graze on pride, nor boats launch on fear. Finally, Thorin lifts a hand. The crowd hushes. He does not give a speech. He simply says, "We cannot hold. We will leave." The words fall like stones into a well, sinking deep. Some weep, some curse, some close their eyes and nod, but none argue. The choice has been made. The rest of the day is spent in quiet, purposeful motion. Tools are gathered, supplies sorted. Only what can be carried is taken. The rest will remain. Livestock is herded toward the ships, guided with ropes and steady voices. Children carry small bundles, their faces solemn. Every hand has a task, every heart a burden. As the sun sets, the camp looks both alive and abandoned. Fires burn, smoke rising, but roofs are emptying. Racks dismantled, posts pulled up. The meadow bears the marks of labor, yet already the grass seems ready to reclaim it. That night, no debate fills the longhouse. Only silence, broken by the sound of the sea and the creak of leather as men and women lie down for one last sleep on this contested ground. The decision has been made, but the weight of it presses heavier than any battle would have. In the hush before dawn, someone whispers, "What story will they tell of us?" No answer comes. Only the sigh of the tide, the voice of a world that has seen many peoples come and go. Leaving becomes its own kind of endurance. Dawn breaks pale and thin, like a candle flame shielded by trembling hands. The sky glows faintly, more gray than gold, and the air holds the kind of chill that makes breath curl and linger. The meadow is quiet, not with peace, but with resolve. A decision once made gathers its own momentum, and now all hands must follow where it leads. The settlement stirs. Bundles are tied, ropes coiled, barrels rolled across damp grass. Children are hushed as they clutch small possessions, wooden toys, scraps of cloth, shells gathered along the shore. Mothers check their bundles twice, then once more, unwilling to leave behind what cannot be replaced. Men carry iron bars, tools, sacks of dried fish, their shoulders bent beneath the weight. The livestock prove the hardest. Cattle balk at the ropes, lowing with deep, uneasy throats. They do not understand exile. They know only grass under hoof, water in trough, the familiar pen now dismantled. It takes half a dozen men to coax a single beast forward, guiding it with patience, blindfolding it when necessary. The meadow, once alive with daily rhythm, becomes a slow procession of animal and man, burden and sigh. The ships wait like silent guardians at the water's edge. Pulled high upon the sand months ago, they are tested once more. Hulls inspected, seams checked, sails unfurled against the morning light. They groan under the new weight as supplies are loaded, chests, barrels, bundles stacked carefully in the hull. Each item is placed with thought, for space is scarce and balance must be preserved. It is work both exhausting and meditative. Lift, carry, lower. Rope tightened, not secured. The rhythm is steady, like breath, like tide. For a while, the settlers forget the flotilla watching from the bay. They forget the eyes that linger from tree line and shore. They know only the weight in their hands and the ache in their backs, the small satisfaction of tasks done properly. Still, unease lingers in the silence between tasks. Men glance over shoulders more often than necessary. Women hush children not for noise, but for the fear that noise might carry. The meadow seems wider now that it is emptying, yet more vulnerable too, a stage where every movement can be seen. At midday, the sun breaks briefly through, spilling a soft, golden light across the ships. It touches the shields stacked against hulls, the furs piled high, the tired faces of those who pause to rest. For a heartbeat, it feels like blessing, like farewell. Someone murmurs a prayer of thanks, though no one is sure to whom. Thorin walks among them, not shouting orders, but speaking gently, guiding where needed. He helps lift a barrel here, tie a rope there, his presence steadying. His voice is calm, yet his eyes drift often toward the flotilla, still unmoving, still patient. The strangers do not interfere. They do not approach. They only watch, as though waiting to see the promise of departure fulfilled. By evening, most of the work is done. The ships, once empty, now sit heavy upon the sand, their bellies full of goods and animals, their masts rising like bare trees against the dimming sky. The longhouses stand hollow, shadows within shadows. Doors flap open, rafters creak, as though the buildings themselves know abandonment. The settlers gather for a final meal on land. Fires are lit one last time, fish roasted, bread divided. They eat quietly, each bite heavy with memory. Children fall asleep against mothers' laps, their small breaths rising in rhythm with the sea. Men speak little, only nodding at one another, as if to say, "We endured, and now we leave." Later, when the fire burns low, some wander through the empty houses. They touch walls they built, beams they raised, hearths they warmed. Their fingers linger on wood smoothed by labor, their eyes tracing shadows where laughter once echoed. One man carves a mark into the doorway, his name, or perhaps only a symbol, something to say, "We were here." Night gathers. The stars burn bright, unhindered by smoke or torchlight. The bay reflects their shimmer, broken only by the dark line of boats still waiting offshore. The settlers lie on the beach, cloaks wrapped tight, resting before tomorrow's departure. Sleep comes slow, pulled thin by the sound of cattle shifting, ropes creaking, and the endless hush of waves. In the silence, hearts beat heavy with conflicting truths, relief that conflict has not yet come, sorrow at leaving behind so much effort, fear of the sea that lies ahead. Yet beneath it all, something steadier, a quiet endurance, the knowledge that they can carry forward, as they always have, from one shore to the next. The gentle exodus is not marked by fanfare. No trumpets, no drums, no cries of triumph or despair. It is marked by the soft scrape of timber on sand, the rustle of rope, the low murmur of voices saying goodbye not to people but to place. Tomorrow, the ships will slide into water. Tomorrow, the meadow will stand empty. And tomorrow, the strangers watching from shore will find no enemies, no allies, only silence where once a dream was built. The meadow breathes heavy, holding its last night of voices. The meadow, once filled with the chatter of work and the sharp clang of tools, has grown hushed. It is not silence exactly, but a layering of softer sounds, the crackle of a last fire, the shuffle of tired feet, the low murmur of voices speaking not of tomorrow, but of yesterday. It is the final night, and everyone knows it. The longhouses stand hollow, their doors unbarred, their hearths cold. Shadows collect inside, no longer broken by laughter or song. Families spread themselves across the beach, closer to the ships now than to the empty dwellings. The vessels, heavy with goods and animals, loom like dark mountains against the pale wash of starlight. Their masts rise into the night sky as though reaching for constellations, each rope humming faintly when the wind catches it. It is as if the ships themselves are alive, restless for the tide to turn. Children are the first to fall asleep. Their heads rest on rolled cloaks or on their mothers' laps, their small chests rising and falling with the same rhythm as the sea. Their dreams, if they have them, are kinder than their parents', dreams of games in the meadow, of bright cloth given in trade, of milk warm from a cow's pail. They will not remember this night as loss, but only as the night the stars shone fiercely bright above. The adults are quieter. Men sit with knees drawn up, arms crossed, eyes fixed either on the fire or on the flotilla that still waits offshore. No one has approached all day. No arrows have flown. No voices shouted from the tree line. Yet their presence has pressed down like a heavy lid, keeping the settlers aware that their leaving is observed, perhaps even enforced. The stillness is worse than attack. It is judgment, silent and patient. A woman named Astrid braids her daughter's hair by firelight, though they will undo it in the morning when the sea wind tangles everything. Her fingers work steadily, but her gaze is far away, back toward the longhouse she helped raise. She whispers something, perhaps a prayer, perhaps a memory, and ties off the braid with a strip of cloth dyed red, the last bit of finery left untraded. Nearby, Kettle sharpens an axe. The motion is slow, deliberate, though everyone knows it will see little use once they are gone. He says nothing, but the scrape of stone on metal carries clearly in the night, a sound of stubbornness, of refusal to surrender the pride of iron. The sparks that jump from the edge fall into the sand and die at once, small flames that cannot catch. Thorin walks among them as he has each evening. His presence is quiet, steady. He kneels to speak softly with children, clasps shoulders of men too weary to lift their heads, bends to share a word with women wrapping bundles tight. He does not speak of fear, nor of loss. Instead, he speaks of the voyage, of winds that favor autumn crossings, of stars that will guide them true, of Greenland waiting with familiar fjords and familiar faces. His calm is their anchor. And yet, when he looks out over the meadow, Thorin's eyes betray something unspoken. He sees the empty houses, the abandoned hearths, the piles of stone half built into walls that will never rise higher. He knows they will leave nothing here but the echo of effort, and he wonders if that echo will fade quickly, swallowed by grass and silence, or linger for centuries in stories told by strangers. The fire burns lower. One by one, voices fall quiet. Some lie down, cloaks pulled over heads, seeking the small mercy of sleep. Others sit staring at embers, unwilling to let go of the day. The cattle shift uneasily, ropes creaking as they pull against their stakes. The ships groan softly with the weight of all they carry. The meadow exhales slowly, like a living thing, settling for the night. And still the flotilla waits. Out on the water, faint lights flicker, torches perhaps, or fires lit in boats. They glow and fade, as though the sea itself is breathing with them. The settlers watch, and some wonder aloud what will happen when dawn comes. Will the strangers block their way? Will they follow the ships into open water? Or will they simply vanish into trees, satisfied that the meadow is theirs again? No answers come. The night holds its silence. The only reply is the rhythmic sound of waves, patient and eternal. As sleep finally steals over the settlers, it comes not as comfort, but as surrender. They sleep because their bodies demand it, not because their minds are at rest. Dreams are uneasy. Dreams of sails torn by unseen hands, of cattle refusing to move, of fires flaring bright then fading to ash. Yet through it all, there is also a quieter dream, tucked deep in the heart. The dream of survival, of seeing Greenland's icy cliffs again, of returning to something familiar. In the last hours before dawn, when stars burn brightest, Thorin sits alone, his cloak pulled tight, his hand resting on the hilt of a knife he hopes not to use. He listens to the breathing of his people, to the creak of ships, to the sigh of the tide. And he wonders if history will remember them as fools, as cowards, or as visionaries who dared and then withdrew. He does not know. He only knows that tomorrow they will leave. The meadow holds its last night of voices, its last warmth of fire, its last weight of dreams. When the sun rises, it will become only a place again. Grass, stream, trees, silence. But tonight, it is still a village, still alive with hope and fear, still filled with the breath of those who tried. At first light, the ships lean toward the open water. The night thins by degrees, like dark cloth held up to a growing flame. Far to the east, a seam of pearl opens along the horizon, and the meadow begins to breathe in longer, quieter strokes. The last embers inside the driftwood fire press out a faint red glow, and the soft steam of sleeping cattle rises and twines with the sea mist. No horn sounds, no orders cut the air. The settlement wakes the way a careful hand opens, quietly, finger by finger, until the whole palm lies ready. One by one, figures stir from cloaks spread on sand. Mothers smooth hair from the faces of children who slept at last, their cheeks creased by the edge of a bundled shawl. Men sit up slowly, aware of the careful ache in their backs, the dull pull of shoulders that lifted and carried all the previous day. Someone adds a modest stick to the fire, not to make a blaze, only to coax back enough warmth to soften bread and courage alike. The air smells of salt, wool, and the shy sweetness that low tide leaves on rock. Out beyond the mouth of the cove, the flotilla still holds. Its line is looser now, becoming shapes rather than a wall, boats riding the puffed gray of the swell. A few torches gutter and wink out. The watchers are there, yes, but at this hour they feel less like a jury and more like weather, present, undeniable, unarguable. The Norse do not look long. There is work to do that will not be hurried or delayed by staring. Thorin is already on his feet. He moves from group to group, not as a commander, more as a neighbor passing through gates on a morning when hay must be lifted before the heat. Easy, he murmurs, and the word seems to belong to everything. The lifting of a barrel, the loosening of a rope, the telling of a child that it is time to stand. When he meets eyes, he keeps them a moment, just enough to lend steadiness, just enough to take a little of the shaking away. The tide has turned. In the thin light, it draws back its soft hands from the beach, and the wet sand there becomes firm, dark, and willing. The first ship is chosen because her keel sits truer, and her ribs, when tapped, answer with a healthy note. Men crouch along her sides, bracing boots and bare feet both, waiting for the word they already know. Now, Thorin says, though almost under his breath, and the ship slides a hand's breadth, then two. The sound she makes is old. Wood on sand, grain against grain, a sound that would have fit as well in any century. Children watch, hushed by the size of it, each boy and girl measuring themselves against the fact that people can move a thing so large with simple will and practiced backs. Women guide the horns of the cattle, turning faces toward the sea. Blindfolds, carefully knotted, keep panic down to a grumble. Rope halters hold with a kind of patience that rope learns from hands. A beast balks once, twice. 3 low voices answer together, and a palm smooths the ridge of its nose. It steps. Another follows. The plank sings briefly when hooves find it, and the ship lists an inch before settling again. The second ship goes easier for having seen the first. Her belly, already heavy with tools and sacks, takes on the remainder. A chest of iron, sealed with wax against spray. A wrapped bundle of milking pails. A roll of scarlet cloth that will not be traded now. A child's carved toy, slipped in without anyone quite seeing who did it. The third ship waits with the alert stillness of a hawk on a branch. No wasted movement, but no drowsiness either. She will carry the last to leave, the ones who will come away from the meadow bellies down, scraping with both hands the way people do when they try to keep a single grain from falling. Voices thread between vessels, low and practical. Mind the mast heel. Hold the line there. Lift on 3. No, on 3. The counting itself becomes a soft spell, and it works. Weight shifts, hulls answer. The shore, which yesterday still felt like home in the throats of a few, now shows its other face, a place that lets go. Someone returns to the nearest longhouse. She pauses at the door. No longer a barrier, only a rectangle of last shade, then steps inside. The room smells of sleep and old smoke, of the ghost of stewed fish and wool dried too close to flame. She touches the bench where she mended a child's tunic, the peg where a cloak hung, the low beam that knocked a cousin's head the day it was raised. With a small knife, she scratches a sign in the softened wood of the post. It is not a name exactly. It is a promise kept to herself. I will remember you kind. When she comes out again, the morning has brightened, and the track of her feet is sharper in the sand. The watchers offshore draw a little nearer, then stop, as if the sea itself had tied invisible knots at a certain line. 3 boats slide ahead of the rest, leaders and listeners both, paddles lifting and dipping with a dignity that makes even oars feel clumsy. They do not hail. They do not hide. They attend, as one attends to the final words of a visitor, whose leaving will change the temperature of a room. Thorin raises a hand that is more greeting than farewell, and the man in the foremost skin boat answers with the smallest nod. Not triumph, not pity, something steadier, an acknowledgement that 2 ways of living crossed here and found no room broad enough for both. Then the skin boats drift back a spear's length. A passage opens where none had been yesterday. The first ship kisses water. Men brace and hold while a light swell shoulders her, then lifts her clean. She rocks once, and in that motion every memory of the ocean returns. Not threat, exactly, but the old fact that the sea does not promise, it only carries. Oars are shipped. The boarders take their places. A boy looks over the side, wide-eyed at how close the water is when you are not on land. A woman puts a hand on his spine, a quiet weight that says, "Here, here," without the words. Push comes again, and the second hull glides, then floats. Rope hums like a plucked string as it takes load from shoremen into ship. Someone laughs, quick, surprised, at the pure relief of motion that is not effort. The laugh catches in a few throats, and then is gone, not swallowed by shame, merely set aside for the work still ahead. The last tasks scatter like shells picked up in passing. A small pot of ash is poured along the edge of the garden that never grew, an old habit where fields are marked with blessing or memory. A loose plank is wedged, so the empty longhouse roof will not tear itself free at the first hard wind. A little girl runs her palm along the smooth rim of the water barrel that will remain, then presses both hands flat on its side as if hugging an animal. She does not cry, but when she turns away, her mouth looks busier because of it. By the time the sun clears the first thin band of cloud, all 3 ships float. The cattle, bewildered again by this new swaying floor, plant their feet wide and sway with it. The goats accept everything with the small, satisfied shrug of creatures who have seen worse. A hen hidden in a wicker cage lifts her head, then tucks it down without comment. The deckboards dampen dark under the first wash of wave. The beach empties in the peculiar way a place empties, when it has the good manners not to complain. Footprints stipple the wet sand, and then blur under the lick of the tide. The pits of last night's cooking fires stand like open eyes, ash crossed with the prints of morning boots. A single blue shell shines half buried beside a trampled tuft of grass. The longhouses do not look ruined. They look as if they are listening. Thorin calls for lines to be cast off. Shoremen wade, water licking at their thighs, to deliver rope from hand to hand. The ships ease outward in a triangle, 1 leading, 2 attending, a formation learned because it is both graceful and safe. Oars slide out and rest a moment on the surface like sleeping herons. Then, at the first shared pull, they bite, feather, lift, and bite again. A low, grating sigh passes down each hull, as if the wood itself lets go of land with reluctance and relief in the same breath. No voice rises in song. Later, perhaps, when the day steadies and the wind decides its temper, someone will hum the old homeward line, and others will find it, the way people do when their hands are busy and their eyes are far. For now, there is only the work of the first 100 strokes, and the counting that keeps men together. 1, 2, 3. The numbers do not need to be loud. The muscles know them by feel. From the headland, a fox watches, head canted, flame tail still. A heron lifts from the stream mouth, unspools its legs, and becomes the elegant measure of distance. On the water, the skin boats thin and lengthen into a corridor. Paddle tips flicker, and the rhythm of many small crafts becomes a single breath. In and out, like the sea itself dreaming. The pass is close enough that faces can be seen. The man with the braided hair whose voice carried the ultimatum in earlier days looks older by morning light, less like a threat and more like a branch that has borne weight all winter. His gaze moves to the cattle, to the scarlet twist of cloth knotted at a girl's wrist, to Thorin's hands steady on the steering oar. When their eyes meet, neither nods. It is not disrespect. It is the recognition that a nod is too small a bridge for what passes now between them. Arrows do not rise. Words do not fly. The ships labor ahead, and the corridor widens by an oar's length, then another, until the cove opens its mouth and the long rollers outside speak in their bigger voice. The meadow draws backward, gathering detail as it goes. The rack where fish would have hung, the clean line where the stream braids fresh into salt, the dark square of an unshuttered door. Then even those fine stitches loosen, and the place becomes shape, and then color, and then only the knowledge of where it is. When the first lift of swell takes them, it takes them fully. Hips rise, knees soften, cattle lean as a single creature, finding their sea legs the way sailors do, by trusting what is underfoot. Sailcloth given to the morning breeze climbs and pulls. The rope that hauls the yard creaks and answers with a new sound, the sound of going. The shore wind is kind, as if it has decided to carry them past the teeth of the bay, before it remembers that it belongs to no one. No one speaks for a time. They are listening to the change. The hush of the cove has become the broader murmur of open water. The oars fall into a slower part of their sentence, punctuation rather than prose. The prow lifts and points, as if scenting the lane that memory and rumor together call home. Behind them, the watchers let their boats turn toward the headland again. A few paddles lift in the air, neither farewell nor blessing, only the human gesture that says, "I see you moving away, and I will remember." Thorin lets himself stand. He looks back once, twice. The second time, he draws a breath that sinks low and steady into him, and when it comes out again, it carries no trembling. He turns forward and sets the steering oar, so the lead ship shows her best shoulder to the swell. "Steady," he says, not loudly, not because men are failing, but because steadiness is a thing that grows when named. The word passes down the benches like bread. In the middle vessel, a child wakes to the rhythm, blinks, and finds the sky. It is wider out here, less interrupted by the polite lift of land. The first true blue of the day comes sliding under the higher clouds, and with it, a small warmth that the skin drinks before the mind names. She leans her cheek to the rail. The wood is damp and smells faintly of tar and old sun. Somewhere within the boards, the sea and long use together have stored a story. She cannot hear it, but she trusts that it is there. A woman unties the red strip from the girl's wrist and knots it instead around the lashings of a milk pail. "There," she says, and her voice is not sad. "Let it mark what we carry." The pail glints. The cloth flares once as if remembering wind, and then settles into its new duty, color in a gray world, a thread of stubborn brightness. Toward mid-morning, a breeze lays a calmer hand on the water, and the ships ease into a pace that no longer steals breath. Someone passes a cup along the bench, barley water with a pinch of salt. It tastes like the name of comfort, like the small promise that comes between larger ones. A wedge of hard cheese moves the other way, and with it, a brief exchange of knuckles against knuckles in the old manner of gratitude. No one says the word victory. No one says defeat. Those words are too sharp for mornings like this. What they have instead is the clean arithmetic of distance. The flotilla growing small, the headland becoming a thumbprint, the meadow tucking itself into the fold of a coast that will not miss them. What they have is the soft balance of gains and losses, iron kept, iron given, furs stacked, walls left standing, lives preserved, pride set down with a careful hand and not kicked away. By noon, the line of shore has become the idea of shore. The water ahead is the same water they crossed months ago, yet it is not the same to them. Then, it demanded courage without answer. Now it accepts them home because they have chosen that word. A gull falls in behind and becomes a little white punctuation mark at the edge of the sky. The child with the toy ship, tucked where he can reach it, pushes it along the bench rail, whispering sound to go with the gliding. He does not look back. Children are better at forward. Thorin closes his eyes for a heartbeat and lets the old sea knowledge step up where worry has lived too long. The lists inside him reorder. Sound hulls, good oars, fair wind, strong hands, enough food, watchful stars. He touches the steering oar once, twice, like a man greeting a friend. The friend answers by holding its course. Behind them, the place that almost was becomes the place that was. No smoke rises now, no voices carry. If the watchers come ashore by noon, they will find the longhouses empty and the fire circles cold. They will find the fish rack and the low fence that was meant to become a higher one. They may take what is useful. They may leave what is not. They may say aloud to one another something that resembles the truth. These people came. They tried. They went. On the lead ship, a threadbare song finally begins. One voice, then another, then a few more, not in the chesty way men sing to lift weight, but in the heady, lulling way people sing to keep the right distance between sorrow and its edge. The words are simple, speaking of north stars and fair winds, of a door that knows your hand, of kettles that remember the weight of winter stew. Even those who do not sing feel the measure of it settle their breath. Toward evening, with the light turned the color of warm brass, Thorin allows himself to say very quietly, "We have left." The words are not an order or a claim. They are a naming, the kind that lets a body step the last inch out of a shadow. Around him, men and women answer not with speech, but with the small, necessary motions that have always meant yes. A line coiled true, a pail wedged so it will not wander, a child's cloak drawn up around ears at the first polite touch of dusk. The sea takes them as it takes all the griefs and all the braveries, and makes of their wake a soft-stitched seam that closes almost as soon as it is made. The ships ride the long breath of the ocean, and the ocean, older than any tribe or timber, keeps time. The horizon opens, endless and calm, carrying their silence. Morning fades into the fuller light of day, and the sea stretches out in every direction like a sheet of hammered silver. The horizon does not bend close the way it did inside the cove. It lies flat, far, patient, making even 3 strong ships seem small and temporary. The settlers, who once thought themselves builders of new homesteads, now rediscover their older craft. They are travelers again, guests of the sea. The air is cool but not cruel. A steady westerly fills the sails, humming against the ropes in a note that comforts because it repeats, steady and without surprise. Above, clouds drift in long strands, pale against the clearer blue, their edges trimmed with sunlight. The rhythm of the oars has eased now. They rest often, their power needed only to keep alignment. The ships lean slightly, canvas-bellied, like animals drawing together for warmth. Voices rise, but softly, carried just enough to bridge the space between benches. A boy asks whether Greenland will be colder than this, and his mother, tucking a strand of hair behind his ear, answers that it will be colder but friendlier because it is known. An old man begins to hum the same line he once sang while binding turf blocks into a wall. It fits here too, though now the wall is invisible, the line between land left behind and land still to come. Children discover games along the planks of the deck. A small carved figure is slid from one pair of hands to another, its path bouncing with the roll of the ship. They make up rules no one else understands. If the toy stops near a seam in the timber, it means fair weather. If it tumbles under a bench, it means land will appear sooner than expected. The adults watch with tired eyes, but do not interfere. Let the young find omens where they can. Such play lightens more than one heart. The cattle adjust more slowly. Hooves slide on planking slick with spray, and the ropes creak like low voices. One beast bellows once, long and low, then settles into chewing cud as though the sea were only another field. The goats nose through bundles, nipping at stray bits of hay. Even the hens, kept in wicker, give a feathered sigh and then rest their heads beneath their wings. Meals are simple, dried fish softened in seawater, coarse bread chewed slowly, a sip of thin ale shared from a horn. No one feasts. The food is less about fullness than about the act of eating together, keeping spirits tied. A woman breaks her crust and slips half to her neighbor with a small nod. The neighbor, in turn, passes a scrap of dried apple to a child not her own. These exchanges need no words. They are the quiet contracts of voyagers. Around midday, the sun strengthens, and with it comes a drowsiness. The motion of the ship, rise, fall, rise again, works into muscles and bones until even the restless begin to loosen. Some lean against the hull, eyes closing though they mean to stay awake. Others lie flat, cloaks pulled over faces, surrendering to the cradle of waves. The sea's voice is steady, a hush, a slap, a hush again. Yet not everyone sleeps. Thorin remains near the steering oar, one hand on the wood, his gaze never far from the horizon. Snorri, his brother-in-law, checks ropes, shifts ballast, adjusts the stowage of supplies. A crewman named Leif, no relation to the famous explorer, counts the bundles of iron once more, though nothing has changed since dawn. They know that vigilance now may save trouble later. The sea is calm, but it is never harmless. Out of habit, eyes glance back eastward. Already the land behind them has slipped from sight. No meadow, no longhouses, no thin smoke against the sky, only memory, sharper than the line of the sea. For some, the vanishing feels like a mercy. For others, it is a fresh cut, proof that what they built has already become ghost. The past hour closes like a door, leaving only the wide hall of the ocean before them. Afternoon brings a different light, a softer gold that spreads across the water. The surface ripples as though stitched by invisible hands, small patterns that shift and vanish as quickly as thought. A child points, convinced she sees faces in the waves, broad noses, long eyes, hair like seaweed. Others crowd to look, but the shapes dissolve before anyone else can swear to them. Perhaps the sea, too, wishes to remind them that it is inhabited by presences older and stranger than they are. The wind freshens, but not unkindly. Sails strain a little more, ropes answering with their familiar groan. Thorin studies the sky, reading it as if it were a page. He sees no storm yet, only the play of high clouds. Still, he makes a note to shift course slightly northward, seeking a steadier path. Snorri agrees with a simple grunt. Decisions at sea do not need speeches, only trust. By late afternoon, hunger returns. Porridge is boiled in a small iron pot, the heat from coals carefully banked in a box of sand. The smell, grain, smoke, salt, draws even the weary to eat. A few drops spill on the deck, and a hen pecks them greedily. Laughter follows, gentle and short, but laughter nonetheless. It is the first since dawn, and it spreads in small echoes. As evening drapes itself over the ships, the color of the sea deepens. The line between water and sky blurs until it seems they sail not through distance, but through time itself. Hours stitched together by the steady pull of oars and wind. Stars prick out, one by one, as if someone far away were lighting candles in a hall too vast to see in full. The settlers tilt their faces upward. In those small lights they find both compass and comfort. Children are coaxed into sleep, wrapped tight, tucked against benches. The cattle shift again, then quiet. The goats curl into corners. Slowly, conversation dwindles until only the sea remains, carrying them in her wide arms. Thorin allows himself a long breath, as though inhaling not just air, but the reassurance of motion. They are leaving, yes, but they are also being carried. Both truths belong. When sleep comes to the voyagers, it is easier than it was on land. Perhaps because here, on the sea, they do not feel abandoned. The ocean accepts them without judgment. It has borne others and will bear them too, indifferent yet faithful. Eyes close, shoulders relax. The ships glide on, leaving behind no track but foam, already dissolving under the moon. Voices turn to stories, keeping night gentle on the sea. Night has deepened, but it is not a hostile dark. Instead, the sky spreads wide and generous, the stars scattered like spilled flour upon a table, too big for the eye to take in all at once. The sea lies below, darker still, but the two realms mirror one another, shimmering dots above, rippling sparks of moonlight below, until the ships feel suspended between twin skies. In this hushed expanse, voices rise not in song, but in story. It begins softly, almost absently, with Bjarni, an older man whose beard has gone more gray than gold. He leans back against the curve of the hull, hands folded over his stomach, and begins to speak, not loudly, but in a tone that carries just enough to reach those nearby. He tells of his youth in Iceland, of a night when he was no older than the boys crouched beside him, and he had wandered from his family's hut to see the aurora dance above the fjord. He had thought then that the sky was alive, that it was speaking directly to him, calling him out into the cold to share some secret. The boys listen wide-eyed, leaning closer. One asks if the sky said anything. Bjarni chuckles, a low rumble. "Aye," he says, "it told me to go back inside before my nose froze off." A small wave of laughter stirs across the benches. It is not loud, but it loosens the tightness that has held since dawn. Another story follows, this one from a woman named Solveig. She speaks of her mother in Norway, who once walked 3 miles in a snowstorm to bring back a lamb that had wandered. She carried it in her arms the whole way, Solveig says, and when she came through the door, her hair was white with frost. But she laughed, and the lamb bleated, and the hearth never seemed warmer. As her tale ends, silence drapes again, but it is a gentler silence. The sound of waves has become background to memory, a rhythm that supports rather than interrupts. Thorin listens, then nods. "Stories," he says softly, "are the only goods we carry that do not weigh the ship." His words are met with murmured agreement, and more stories come. A youth tells of catching his first cod in Greenland, of how it pulled so fiercely he thought it might drag him into the sea. He mimics the frantic tug, drawing laughter from those who know the truth. The fish was no bigger than his arm. Another speaks of seeing whales, huge dark backs rising from the water, each spout like a burst of smoke. A third tells of a wedding feast where the ale flowed until the whole hall forgot the bride's name, though they remembered the dance well enough. The tales circle the ships, passed like a cup of ale from hand to hand. No one worries about accuracy. It is not facts they seek, but the warmth of shared remembering. The sea, vast and impersonal, becomes more bearable when filled with voices that make it human again. At one point, a child asks for a story of Vinland. The request stills some voices. For a moment, no one answers. Then Thorin clears his throat. "Vinland," he says slowly, "will be a story too. One we tell our children, and they tell theirs. It may not be the tale we wished, but it is ours." He speaks not of battles or loss, but of the meadow in autumn, of the feel of grass under bare feet, of the trading days when red cloth shone brighter than fire in the eyes of strangers. He tells of the first night the longhouse roof was set in place, how the turf sealed snug, and for the first time in months, rain did not find a way through. That, Thorin says, was a triumph. His voice is steady, his eyes lifted toward the stars, as though they too are listening. The settlers absorb this in silence. Some nod, others close their eyes. They know it is true. Small victories matter as much as great ones, perhaps more. For what is history but a string of such moments held together by memory? Snorri adds a tale of a winter in Greenland when food grew thin and tempers thinner. He tells how his sister, Gudrid, sang an old hymn each night, so soft it seemed to come from the earth itself. The men quarreled less, the children cried less, and somehow, through those long nights, the family endured. Sometimes, Snorri concludes, a voice is stronger than a sword. That sentence lingers. It is repeated by one of the younger women, almost to herself, as though tucking it away for later. The rhythm of stories becomes the rhythm of the voyage. Each tale smooths the edges of fear. The children nestle into sleep one by one, comforted not by lullabies, but by voices that weave safety from memory. The adults keep speaking, even when words trail off into murmurs, even when the stars shift overhead. The stories are less about content now than about presence, about the reminder that no one is alone on this wide sea. Eventually, the stories falter, not from lack, but from weariness. Tongues grow heavy, eyelids heavier. Bjarni's last sentence dissolves into a yawn. Solveig's hand drops mid-gesture. The youth with the cod story curls against the hull, already asleep. The sea continues its song, unhurried, unchanged. Thorin remains awake, but even he leans back, letting the ship's movement rock his body. He closes his eyes briefly, picturing the meadow once more, not in regret, but in thanks. Then he lets the image fade, replaced by the steady pull of stars. The night passes in this way, ships gliding forward, sails taut, sleepers breathing in rhythm with the sea, and stories drifting upward like smoke, carried off into the darkness. By dawn, the words are gone, but their warmth remains, tucked into the hearts of those who told them and those who listened. And in the silence that follows, there is no fear, only rest. Each mile of water carries both loss and hope. Morning slides quietly over the sea, painting the waves in shades of pewter and pale gold. The air is cool, sharp, and salty, though the bite is gentler than it will be once they near Greenland's harsher coasts. A hush sits among the ships, different from the silence of night. It is the kind of stillness that comes when people are awake, but each wrapped in their own thoughts, careful not to disturb the fragile balance of mood that has settled over them. The distance between Vinland and Greenland is both small and infinite. Weeks ago, the meadow felt solid, dependable, like ground meant to hold generations. Now it is gone, swallowed not just by horizon, but by choice. What remains is the sea, its surface deceptively even, its depth unknowable. The settlers feel the weight of that distance pressing into their bones. Some wear it like a stone in the chest, others like a cloak they cannot quite remove. Thorin stands near the stern, his eyes on the horizon. He measures progress not in leagues, but in changes of light. The way the sun angles against the sail, the way shadows shorten or lengthen across the deck. His hands grip the steering oar, but his mind, though steady, is far away. He thinks of the meadow, of how easily the buildings will fall back into earth. He knows grass will creep over paths, rain will soften walls, and in a few seasons, little will remain to show where they lived. That thought stings, yet he also feels a quiet relief. The land will heal itself. Near the bow, a child leans over the side, watching foam trail like white stitches in the dark water. She asks her mother whether the sea remembers. The woman smiles faintly, brushing hair from the girl's cheek. The sea remembers everything, she says, but it tells its story slowly. The child considers this answer, then nods, as though satisfied, and resumes watching. For her, Distance is not burden, but wonder. Meals are sparse today, as supplies must be stretched. Dried fish again, softened in water drawn from barrels. Hard bread cracked into pieces and passed hand to hand. No one complains. Hunger is not sharp yet, only steady, a reminder that their voyage is still long. A youth jokes that when they reach Greenland, he will eat enough seal meat to sink a boat. His companions laugh quietly, though not too loudly. The thought of abundance is comforting but fragile. As the hours lengthen, the mood shifts. The settlers talk of home, not the meadow they left behind, but the places they came from before. A woman recalls Iceland's green slopes, where sheep grazed freely and hot springs steamed in the cold air. A man describes Norway's fjords, cliffs that rose like giants from the sea, shadowing villages that clung like barnacles. Another speaks of Greenland itself, the hard soil, the long winters, but also the satisfaction of survival in a land that yielded so little. These stories are not boasts. They are a way of easing distance, of reminding one another that they have roots even if the soil shifts beneath them. With each recollection, they braid the past into the present, anchoring themselves to something firmer than water. The animals, too, feel the crossing. The cattle sway uneasily, shifting their weight as the ships roll. The goats are more adaptable, picking their way across bundles, nibbling at stray threads of rope. The hens cluck softly, restless in their wicker cages. Yet all endure. Even beasts know the difference between motion and ruin, between journey and disaster. They settle because they must, and in their steadiness, the settlers find a reflection of their own endurance. Afternoon brings a fresh wind, pushing the ships northward. Spray leaps over the bows, wetting faces, soaking cloaks. Some curse, but lightly. Others lift their chins to the salt as though it were a baptism of sorts. Thorin watches the sails with care, adjusting ropes, testing tension. He knows that a steady breeze can carry them swiftly, but too much strain may tear canvas that cannot easily be mended. Balance is everything. Between risk and caution, between haste and patience, between the place left behind and the one ahead. As dusk lowers, the sea grows darker, its surface turning from silver to black glass. Stars emerge once more, sharper than the night before. They seem nearer now, brighter, as though stepping closer to guide the travelers. Snorri points out constellations, naming them for the children: the Great Bear, the North Star, the long line of Orion's belt. He explains how sailors have read these lights for generations, how each point tells direction when the sea offers none. The children listen with wonder, their mouths open, their eyes wide as though catching light directly from the sky. Voices fade as fatigue settles. The day has been long, not with hardship, but with thought. Distance is not measured only in miles. It is felt in memory, in the pull of longing, in the weight of silence between words. The settlers carry that weight now, heavier than iron, yet also strangely gentle. It binds them together. Thorin remains awake long after others sleep. He feels the oar in his hand, hears the groan of the hull, sees the stars wheel overhead. He knows distance cannot be conquered in a single night. It must be endured, mile by mile, breath by breath. He draws a slow breath, steady as the sea, and releases it into the dark. Around him, the ships sail on, cradled by water, guided by stars, held together by silence and story. The weight of distance remains, but it is a weight they can bear, so long as they bear it together. The sky begins to shift, hinting at change. The morning comes gray, not with the calm pewter of yesterday, but with a heavier cast, a sense that the air itself carries secrets. The sea is restless, though not violent, its surface ridged with darker lines, as though some great hand had pressed ripples into wet clay. The settlers notice it at once. Those who have lived close to the ocean all their lives know the signs. A change is coming. The wind, though steady, seems to hold its breath. It blows with less generosity, tugging the sails in sharp jerks rather than smooth draws. Sailcloth flaps at intervals, loud as a flag struck by an unseen fist. Thorin narrows his eyes, reading the sky as he would a scroll. High clouds scud quickly, thin and stretched, while lower ones gather like herds of gray animals, reluctant to move on. He knows the look. Weather is a language, and today it speaks of caution. Yet among the settlers, no panic rises. They have endured worse. The sea is both friend and adversary, and any voyage worth remembering is marked by days of unease. They respond with preparation, not fear. Snorri checks the lashings around the cattle, tightening ropes so hooves will not slip if the deck begins to pitch. Women double knot bundles, ensuring no tool or sack of grain will roll free. Children are gathered and seated near the center of the deck, where motion is least severe. Bjarni, the old man with the Aurora story, offers a low chuckle. "It will pass," he says, his voice like gravel smoothed by tide. Storms bluster, but most leave only a tail behind. His calm steadies the younger ones. He has seen winters break ships on ice, and yet here he sits, unafraid. By midday, the sea has grown darker, touched with the green-black sheen of deep water unsettled. Waves rise taller, not yet crashing, but rolling with a weight that shifts the ships like toys. Oars are shipped more often now, used not to drive forward, but to steady. Each stroke counters a swell, keeping the bows aligned. The sailors work without complaint, muscles pulling in rhythm with the sea's demand. The animals sense the shift too. Cattle bellow low, stamping their hooves, but the ropes hold. Goats huddle tighter, eyes wide. A hen clucks wildly before settling into silence, feathers puffed. Even children feel it in their bones. The tilt, the sway, the endless repetition of rise and fall. Some whimper, but mothers soothe them with gentle hands, steady voices, soft fragments of song. Thorin calls for sails to be reefed. Men climb the rigging, their movements quick and sure, hands gripping wet rope. Canvas is gathered and tied, leaving less surface for the wind to seize. The ship's slow, but safety matters more than speed. When the last knot is secured, Thorin nods, satisfied. They will ride this, not fight it. As afternoon fades, the sea grows louder. Waves slap the hulls with open palms, each impact a hollow boom that resonates through wood and bone alike. Spray leaps higher, drenching those nearest them. Bow faces glisten with salt, hair plastered to cheeks, yet no one cries out. The noise of water becomes the only voice, and all others submit to its command. Evening comes early under heavy clouds. The world shrinks to ship and wave, wave and ship. Stars are hidden, the horizon lost. Only the feel of the swell tells them direction now. Thorin keeps the steering oar firm, his jaw set, his eyes narrowing at each shift of the sea. Snorri stays close, ready to relieve him if weariness comes, though neither admits such a thing aloud. In the gloom, Solveig begins to hum. It is not a song meant for joy, but for steadiness. Low, slow, almost like the drone of a distant horn. Others join, their voices weaving beneath the storm's roar. It is a counter-rhythm, a way of claiming space for human calm amidst nature's fury. Even the children, frightened, quiet as the sound fills the air. The sea may rage, but people still have voices. By midnight, The worst has not come. The storm teases, but does not strike. Waves rise high, but break without crushing. The wind growls, but does not scream. It is a rehearsal, not the play itself, and the settlers endure it with grim patience. Cloaks soaked, hands raw, eyes burning with salt. They endure. At last, in the deep hours, the sea begins to loosen. The wind softens. The waves lose height. The sky shows breaks in its heavy quilt. Stars blink through, tentative at first, then steady. Relief passes quietly among the voyagers, not in cheers, but in sagging shoulders, in long breaths let out, in children finally slipping into sleep. Thorin exhales, feeling his arms ache from holding the oar so long. He glances upward at the clearing sky, grateful for the sight of Polaris shining once more. They are still on course. The sea has tested them, but not broken them. The settlers lie back, drenched and weary, but calmer now. The ships glide forward, their decks slick, their sails patched smaller but still drawing. The ocean, having spoken its warning, allows them passage once again. In the hush that follows, the voyagers learn a simple truth. Storms do not only destroy. Sometimes they remind you of your strength, of what can be endured when hearts hold steady together. The calm after storm carries more than silence. It carries wisdom. The morning that follows the unsettled night feels like a gift. A pale wash of light creeps across the horizon, softening the jagged line of waves into something gentler, more forgiving. The air is cool, but clear, carrying with it the faint scent of salt and promise. The ships, battered but intact, ride more evenly now, their sails catching the steady breath of wind as though nothing had ever been amiss. The settlers awaken slowly, their bodies sore, their clothes stiff with dried brine, but their spirits, though worn, seem steadier than before. It is in these quiet stretches that reflection blossoms. The sea, when calm, becomes a mirror, not only of sky, but of thought. Men and women sit, in silence, staring into the endless water, yet their eyes are turned inward, weighing the meaning of what has been endured. Storms, after all, do more than challenge muscle and timber. They force people to look at themselves, to see what holds and what breaks. Bjarni, the old man, runs his fingers through his beard, still damp, and murmurs to a boy beside him, "You see." The sea roared, but we stayed. You'll remember this when you're older. You'll know your strength. The boy nods, wide-eyed. He does not yet feel strong, but he believes the elder's words, and belief is enough for now. Gudrid, sitting with her son Snorri on her lap, strokes the child's hair as he sleeps. She whispers to no one in particular. He will grow into a world where people know the ocean can be crossed, not just feared. Her words hang in the air, weighty and gentle, and several nearby settlers turn their heads slightly, acknowledging the truth of them. Their failure to hold Vinland does not erase the victory of reaching it, of proving that new worlds do not end at the edge of known maps. Stories return, not as entertainment this time, but as lessons. One man recalls the first settlement in Iceland, how difficult it was, how the land resisted and the winters bit hard. "We thought it impossible," he says, "but now there are farms, laws, children who know no other home." His point is simple. Failure in one generation may be foundation in the next. The settlers nod, not in hope exactly, but in recognition. Thorin listens, his face unreadable, but within him, too, lessons gather like pebbles in a pouch. He understands now that building is not only about walls and roofs, it is about patience, timing, and the willingness to withdraw when the moment is wrong. He knows some will call him coward for leaving Vinland, But he also knows that wisdom is sometimes measured not by what you hold, but by what you let go. The sea itself seems to affirm this. Its surface glimmers like polished stone, the swell gentle, the sound soothing. The ships rise and fall in a rhythm so steady it feels like breath. In that cadence, hearts slow, muscles relax, and minds open to thought they could not entertain in fear. The ocean, once their adversary, becomes again their teacher. Children, who always recover fastest, begin to play. They chase a carved piece of wood rolling with the ship's motion, turning it into a game of balance and laughter. Their joy is small but bright, a reminder that life persists even in hardship. One girl pauses in her play to ask her father, "Will we ever see Vinland again?" The father hesitates, then answers gently, "If not us, then others." It is the truth, softened for a child, and it satisfies her curiosity enough for the moment. At midday, the settlers gather for food: dried fish, rough bread, water passed carefully so as not to waste. They eat more slowly than usual, their minds still full of thought. Conversation drifts to what might be told when they return, to families, to neighbors, to children not yet born. They imagine how the tale will sound, how the sea was crossed, how land rich with grapes and forests was found, how trade was made, how danger rose, and how finally they turned for home. In their minds, it is already becoming story, something larger than personal memory, something meant to endure. Snorri speaks quietly of what he saw in Vinland, the scraling ways of moving with the land, not against it. They belong to the earth as much as the earth belongs to them, he says. We claim land by building, by holding, but they claim it by moving, by knowing it deeply. His words are not judgment, only observation, but they stir thought. Several nod, some frown, and a silence follows. It is the kind of silence that plants seeds. As afternoon stretches long, Thorin finally speaks. "Perhaps we learned enough," he says. "Enough to know the sea can be crossed, enough to know others live beyond it, enough to know we are not alone in the world." His voice is low, steady, not seeking approval. But in the quiet that follows, there is agreement, unspoken but clear. They have learned, and learning itself is a victory. The sky begins to clear fully now, clouds dissolving into streaks of light. The sun lowers, gilding the waves in bronze. It is a sight so beautiful it steals breath. Even the weary lean forward to watch, their faces softened by the glow. In such light, the hardships of yesterday seem smaller, the promise of tomorrow nearer. Evening descends with calm. The ships drift in near silence, the water murmuring, the sails whispering. Families cluster together, not in fear but in quiet companionship. Some hum old hymns, others sit in thought, others simply close their eyes and listen to the sea's lullaby. Night comes again, but this time it is kind. Stars blaze fiercely, clear and innumerable, the sky vast and unbroken. The North Star shines steady, a beacon that has guided countless journeys and will guide theirs still. The voyagers lie down, wrapped in cloaks still damp at the edges, and let themselves rest. They know there will be more storms, more trials, but for now, peace holds. And in that peace, they understand something simple, something that feels almost sacred, that life is not about victory or defeat alone, but about the lessons carried forward, the wisdom that endures beyond any single settlement, any single voyage. The sea has given them that lesson, and they accept it with gratitude. Land returns like an old friend, and the sea lets go. Dawn opens with a hush, as if some careful hand has drawn a pale curtain back from the edge of the world. The water wears a softer face this morning, long, even swells, a sheen like brushed pewter, and the air carries a scent that has been missing for many days. Cold stone and distant ice, clean as a bell rung in a chapel none of them has ever seen. A gull circles once, twice, then cries, a sound, half greeting, half instruction, and banks toward the north-northeast. Eyes follow, hearts do too. Somewhere beyond that thin brightness lies a line of land, and they can feel it before they can name it. The first to see it is a child perched between two coilings of rope. She sits forward suddenly, points, and cannot find her voice at first. When it returns, it is only a wordless, "Ah," a little inhale shaped like wonder. The adults squint into the glare, and slowly, like a bruise healing through a sleeve, color gathers where sky meets sea, a blue a shade darker than water, a gray that isn't cloud, a faint unbroken edge. Someone says the word Greenland under his breath, as if speaking it too loudly might chase it away. But the land remains, patient as memory, letting them look as long as they need. The ships answer with a change you can hear before you can see. The creak of ropes shifted, the soft thump of a yard eased half a handspan, the oars laid out for steadying strokes. No urgency. They have no enemy at their backs. They go forward at a pace that suits their vessels and the lives aboard them. Cattle lift their heads as if they too have caught the faint mineral taste of home on the wind. A goat bleats once and then looks embarrassed about it, tucking its chin as if it had meant to remain dignified. As the hours fold open, detail gathers. The line of shore grows ribs and knuckles. Dark cliffs, the pale gleam of old snow, the thin green that clings wherever there is a willing pocket of earth. Fjords show themselves like opened hands. Beyond them, peaks rise with the quiet arrogance of things that do not need witnesses. There is no rush of voices, no cheers, only a slow letting down of shoulders, a lengthening of breath. Relief does not shout. It puts a hand on your back and rubs circles until your lungs remember how to work. Stories resume, but now they are pointed toward what waits. Someone speaks of a sheltered cove 2 days south where driftwood piles reliably after storms. Someone else remembers a spring that runs sweet even in deep winter if you clear the ice with a particular blow. They talk of neighbors and kin, of hearths that will burn tonight if the world is kind, of butter churns and sleds, and the little tasks that stand between any family and a tolerable season. These are not plans in the grand sense. They are a litany, work that says we belong here, not by banner or decree, but by habit. Thorin stands with one hand on the steering oar, the other resting lightly on the gunwale. He watches the approach without hunger and without fear, the way a man watches a house he built himself and left for a while, measuring not to judge, but to remember where the steps have worn smooth. He speaks rarely, yet when he does, his words fall softly into the ship like bread into an open palm. "We will make land by afternoon tide," he says. "We'll take the inner passage and let the water carry us the last mile." There's no heroism in it, only seamanship, which is a kind of courtesy to the sea. Do not insist, agree. The child with the first sighting grows solemn, as children do when they sense that they stand in a doorway between old and new. She tucks her carved toy ship into a corner of bundle and cloak, presses her palm flat on the rail, and looks without blinking. Those around her give her the dignity of silence. It is a private ceremony, a first seeing of home you've only heard about, a last seeing of the broad water that has held you safely for so long. By mid-morning, the coast resolves into particulars any Greenlander could name with eyes closed. The seam of kelp dragged back and forth at the tide line, the way the light brightens when it glances off ice blurred by thaw, the narrow mouths of inlets where seals sometimes sun themselves like fallen commas in a cold grammar. A whale's back breaks the surface far off, a slow hill rising and sinking, and the collective breath on the ships releases in a quiet, oh, that is not fear, not even awe exactly. It is recognition. Yes, we remember you. They talk, because it is human to stretch words across the last span of water. Not about Vinland now, no need to rehearse what has already found a place, but about arrival. Someone wonders aloud how the news will be taken. Iron thinner, yes, but the chest not empty. Furs piled high, livestock alive, all hands accounted for. Another guesses at which child will run first to the shore, which dog will bark himself breathless, which elder will squint as if peering through time to see who these homecomers have become. They smile, a tired, clean sort of smile that climbs up from the work-bent back rather than out from the mouth. A breeze freshens. The sails fill. The ships list, curtsy, and gather a little speed. Fjord walls rise on either side as they slide inward, the water there going from gray to a deeper blue and then, where it shallows, to that milky green that looks like stone dissolved into light. Sound changes too. Less sky, more shore. You can hear the lap of water on rock, the mutter of pebbles rolled along the bottom, the sudden close domestic noises of birds that prefer these protected places. Tern calling, eider muttering, an occasional harsh note from a gull that fancies himself a judge. When they round the last headland, the settlement shows itself not as a triumph, but as a perseverance. Turf-walled houses low and thick, smoke from a few chimneys that never truly cooled, a scatter of drying racks, a pen 2/3 mended because the last third never stays done. There are people there, moving with the purposeful smallness of daily living. One figure shades her eyes, then raises both arms, and although the distance is still too great for faces, everyone aboard the ships knows what that gesture means. The shape of greeting has the same grammar in every place that has decided to be human. No one stands on benches. No one waves olive branches like banners. They tidy. Ropes are coiled so they will not foul a foot. A stray lid is found for a pot. A cow's halter is re-inspected with a palm along the knot. A little tug, a little pat on the brow for the creature's sake, and the handler's both. Children are smoothed, the hair flattened, the cloak draped straight, not from vanity, but because the ritual of neatness eases the climb between one world and the next. The keels find the gentle rise of the inner beach almost without being asked. The first scrape is a comfort this time, not the sad, tired note it was in Vinland. Boots splash. Ropes arc from hand to hand. A line tightens, and with it, the irreducible difference between a float and a shore reasserts itself. Men and women step into the chill water and laugh inwardly at the sting. It is good to be scolded by a known cold. The villagers come down as far as they dare without getting in the way of the work. Names fly, half-started, interrupted, completed with the press of forearms and the slap of shoulders. A dog zigzags, sniffing everybody's history and pronouncing it acceptable. The news is told twice at once, shouted across small gaps that feel large, murmured in the crook of neck and ear when arms are around shoulders again. Yes, we crossed. Yes, there were people. Yes, we traded. No, we did not stay. And then the part that is larger than any one person's telling. Yes, it can be done. The ship's empty with the satisfying disorder of homecomings. Bundles pass, voices rise with small directions. Someone who said she wasn't hungry takes 2 mouthfuls of bread and 1 of fish and says, with sudden tears and a laugh at herself, that she feels made of air. A cow steps down badly and is rescued from a stumble by 3 hands and a soothing voice together. She tosses her head as if she'd planned to do that all along. Thorin, last to leave the lead ship, squats a moment with his forearm across the gunwale. He does not speak to it. He is not a man for theatrics, but his hand stays there longer than it needs to, and when he rises, he pats a rib with the flat of his palm. There are thanks that can be spoken, and thanks that cannot. He steps into the water, walks up through the thin lace of surf, and lets a cousin pull him the last pace, as if he were climbing the last rung into a loft. Their foreheads touch. Words are not immediately necessary. The day becomes busy in the way only return can be. Warehouses admit and rearrange. A hearth that has burned all season welcomes more bowls. People who have slept on planks and under sails go quiet for a moment in the presence of a roof that knows their names. Children, those who came and those who stayed, merge into one swarm, recounting adventures with hands and knees and speed rather than with diction, inventing and forgetting embellishments in the same breath. News travels outward in rings, to a neighbor's field where a woman stoops and stands, to a man hauling nets over a rock-smooth bar, to a grandmother whose hearing needs help, but whose eyes read faces like books. By evening, even the farthest turf-walled house has an ember of the story in its hearth, and the night air carries a thinner smoke than usual, more celebration in it, less worry. When the first quiet returns, after the first questions and the first bowls of stew, and the first thankful inventory of who has come home whole, the deeper telling begins. Not the shouting kind, not the crowd kind, but the porch kind. 2 people at a time, sometimes 3, a bench, a low roof, the wind crossing the threshold with permission. The story comes out the way a tide does, a little rush, a pause, a gleam on a detail, then a retreat into summary. The name of a man who behaved well, the mention of a moment when fear brushed a cheek but did not stay. They do not sharpen the edges. They let them blur where they would wound. They keep the true lines where those lines teach, without punishing. Later, under a sky that has resumed its rightful place above roofs rather than above mastheads, a small group drifts outside. The air is thin and clean, the stars not more numerous than the sea nights, but closer somehow, as if the domed lid of the world has been set down properly. Children drowse in laps. A woman leans her head onto another woman's shoulder and does not bother to apologize for the wait. Snorri points north with 2 fingers and shows a boy the old family way of finding home in the sky. The boy already knows the North Star now, but he listens as if learning it for the first time, because the voice doing the telling is part of the lesson. When someone asks Thorin what he will put first into words for those who didn't come down to the landing, he thinks longer than a man who likes to talk would think, and shorter than a man who fears talking would think. That we met people who live well in a way not our own, he says. That we brought back no gold, and also that we brought back something worth more to those who come after. He looks down at his own hands, scarred, salt dark, and flexes them once like a craftsman about to lift wood again. That the sea is not a wall. No one answers with a cheer. It would be wrong for the hour. Instead, there is that low rumble of approval shared work makes, a sound found in barns and along riverbanks and in smokehouses, the tone of people who know what is worth keeping. and have just put their shoulder to it. Inside, the heat has taken hold of the turf-walled rooms. It is a simple, steady warmth, the kind that starts with wood and ends with sleep. Bowls are stacked. A crust of bread rests on the shelf by the door because someone will be hungry in the dark and then pretend he is not. A child's cloak dries by the hearth. The wool steams softly, and the smell, clean animal, clean air, fills the nose until even the last anxious muscles in the neck give up their clench. And then, as all good days end in these latitudes, the house quiets. The wind leans kindly, voices thin to thread. A single log in the fire clicks, settles, and makes a new red window through which heat peers. A dog sighs and is asleep in the same breath. On a bench smoothed by generations, a woman spreads a blanket over two tired legs, not her own. She tucks the corner in with a practiced turn of wrist that means mine in the best way a human can mean it. Somewhere beyond the visible roofs, the sea rolls and breathes and goes about its old work, unoffended by the fact that tonight it is being forgotten a little in favor of hearthstones and pillows. It will be there when it is needed again. It is older than grief and older than hope, and has made room for both longer than anyone can remember. As for Vinland, the meadow, the stream, the long houses that learned their shapes too briefly, its image settles into the settlement like a calm, like a name spoken without bitterness. It is not a failure now. It is a chapter. People who have eaten and warmed and found their beds begin to understand this without forcing the thought. The knowing slips in sideways, the way dawn comes into a room through the crack between curtain and wall. What they tried matters. What they learned matters more. Long after the last bowl has been rinsed with a thumb and wiped with a clean tuft of moss, after feet have been rubbed and wool pulled high, and a good silence poured across the planks like milk, Thorin sits with Gudrid by the hearth. They say almost nothing. At last she speaks. The child will remember the sea more kindly than I do. He nods. That is good. She adds, and someday, when others go, they will go with their hands more open. He looks at her, and the corner of his mouth lifts. Yes, he says, hands open, hold more. The ember bed softens further, its brightness deepening from orange to a quiet heart red. Outside, frost begins to paint the edges of the small window, thin leaves of white laying themselves onto the glass. A thin whistle from a draft finds a note that fits the hour, not mournful, not merry, honest. One by one, the last wakeful heads lower. Somebody pulls a cloak over his ears and smiles without meaning to. Somebody else, made brave by the safe dark, allows herself a single tear that is not sad, only grateful. A baby turns, finds the warm place he always finds, and makes the tiny sound that means here. If there is a blessing to be spoken over such a night, it would be the kind a fisherman mutters when he's sure no one is listening, the kind a grandmother pretends is only a habit of breath. Let what holds, hold. Let what must pass, pass. Let the sea remember us kindly, and let our sleep be long and without edges. And so, the ships that carried them rest on their moorings in the black water, rocking less and less until even the moon's light seems not to move. The houses receive their people and return them to the simple mathematics of hearth and blanket and breath. Land and sea, those old instructors, exchange a knowing glance across the small distance between tide and doorstep. We tried, they say together. We learned. We will be here when you need us again. Beyond the outermost headland, a slow, low swell breaks itself without a sound anyone can hear. On the inner beach, the prints of today's bare feet fill slowly with night air and forget themselves. And inside, where the last whisper of the evening is the quietest, the settlers, now simply families again, close their eyes and are taken up, gently, by sleep. When sails are lowered, memory keeps the tide. The settlement had quieted, and the fires inside those turf-walled houses had sunk low, their embers whispering a language older than words. The travelers, those who had braved the unknown, were finally home. Yet long after the village closed its eyes, something remained awake. Not fear, not even restlessness, but a hush that carries a story forward. History often lingers most strongly in silence. The Vikings had left Vinland behind, yet the imprint of that distant shore would not vanish with the tide. It lived in the hands that had hauled ropes, in the backs that had bent to the oars, in the eyes that had stared across an ocean. It lived in the quiet amazement of having seen new land, and in the humble acceptance that sometimes survival means letting go rather than holding fast. Imagine, if you will, the morning after their return. The sun climbing over familiar ridges, striking the same fjords they had left months before. The village stirs. Neighbors arrive. Bread is broken. Questions fill the air. At first, the stories pour out quickly. What the buildings looked like, how the cattle fared, the strange furs of the people they met. Yet over time, the telling slows. The tone grows softer. There are pauses where words might be, spaces where memory chooses to rest rather than to explain. Some things cannot be shaped into language, especially the meeting of worlds so different. In that stillness lies the truest part of the tale. For these settlers had learned that courage is not always about holding ground. Sometimes it is about returning with dignity, knowing when to lay down an idea before it hardens into tragedy. Their children would remember not only the hardships, but also the small mercies. The moment when trade replaced violence. The laughter when milk was tasted for the first time. The strange wonder of red cloth traded like treasure. And here, in the warmth of their home soil, those moments found a safer place to live. The lesson was not shouted, but carried like an ember pocketed from the fire, small, glowing, waiting for someone else to kindle it again. Perhaps centuries later, when other sails crossed the Atlantic, that ember whispered its quiet warning. Approach with care. Listen first. Remember that this land is not empty. It is worth noting how ordinary their return looked on the surface. Livestock guided into pens, boats pulled up to dry, tools stacked neatly where they belonged. Yet beneath these ordinary gestures ran a deeper current. Each action was heavy with the knowledge of what had been risked and what had been spared. To patch a net was no longer simply to prepare for fishing. It was to reaffirm that life goes on, even after dreams shift shape. There is comfort in this ordinariness. History often paints in bold strokes, discoveries, battles, victories, but for those who lived it, the most enduring moments are often the quiet ones. The creak of wood against the dock, the familiar smell of turf walls, the weight of a child's hand curled around yours after long weeks at sea. These are the anchors that kept the memory from drifting too far away. The settlement in Greenland was not wealthy, nor was it powerful in the way kingdoms are measured, but it was rich in something subtler: resilience. People there had already made a life on the margins of the world. They knew that comfort was stitched together out of persistence, that warmth came not only from fire, but from company, that peace was not the absence of hardship, but the ability to rest in spite of it. In that sense, the voyage to Vinland was less an anomaly then a continuation of their character. They ventured out, they tried, they endured, and when the time came, they returned. The ocean did not break them. The land did not consume them. They folded the experience into their story and let it settle like another stone in the foundation of their lives. Now, when we think of them, it is tempting to focus only on the failure, the settlement abandoned, the dream deferred. But if you lean closer, if you listen the way you might listen to the last embers of a fire, you hear another truth. The attempt itself expanded the boundaries of the possible. It reminded them, and us, that the world is larger than fear, larger than ambition, larger even than the maps we carry in our minds. And so, as the villagers slept that first night home, perhaps the sea itself sighed in satisfaction. It had carried them across, carried them back, and left them changed in ways too deep to measure. The land, too, seemed to cradle them, not as conquerors, but as learners who had been permitted to return. The sky spread its stars evenly above both worlds, Vinland to the west, Greenland beneath their feet, offering no judgment, only the quiet truth that all journeys end in rest. For us, centuries later, this part of the story serves as a gentle reminder. We are not always meant to win in the way our pride defines victory. Sometimes the greater gift is perspective, to have seen further, to have understood more, to have carried that understanding home. And when the day is over, when the fires sink low and the house leans into silence, what remains is not conquest, but connection. So let the image remain. 3 longships resting at anchor, their sails furled, their crews finally at ease. A village quieting into sleep, the rhythm of breath joining the rhythm of tide. Somewhere beyond the horizon lies a land they could not keep, but here, in this quiet harbor, lies the life they could sustain. And for tonight, that is enough. What once was hardship is now memory, softened by time. When we think back to those early voyages, the wooden ships, the turf-walled homes, the fearful eyes of men and women gazing westward, we often forget how thin the line was between survival and loss. A missed harvest could mean hunger. A sudden storm could swallow a ship. A single misunderstanding with strangers could turn peace into peril. Now, across the centuries, we look at our lives and see how far the current has carried us. The Vikings carried their world on their backs. Furs, tools, seeds, iron forged with care. Today, our world waits quietly around us. Food rests behind doors of cold storage. Light appears with the flick of a switch. Water runs clear from a tap, warmer than any hearth fire they could have imagined. Where once people risked lives to cross seas for timber and iron, we send signals across invisible networks faster than thought. Yet the thread between past and present is not so fragile. Their longships were their lifelines, carved from trees with patience and skill. Ours are quieter vessels, airplanes that cross oceans in hours, ships of steel that glide with engines instead of oars. Still, the heart of the matter is the same, a desire to reach beyond the horizon. We travel now not in fear of famine, but in search of connection, of trade, of friendship. Think of land itself. For the settlers in Vinland, it was both promise and danger. Grass enough for cattle meant life, but it also meant conflict with those who already called it home. Today, we manage land differently. Maps draw boundaries, laws shape ownership, communities negotiate use. Farms stretch wide, not limited to what a single family can clear by hand, but supported by machines and knowledge passed down through generations. The land still nourishes, but it is no longer a solitary struggle against cold and stone. Consider also the way we meet strangers. The Norse met the Skraelings with hesitation, a mix of awe and fear, sometimes generosity, sometimes violence. The gap between them was not only in language but in worldview. Land as territory to be defended versus land as cycle to be shared. In our age, we still wrestle with difference, but we have learned, imperfectly, haltingly, that dialogue lasts longer than arrows. We gather in councils, in parliaments, in quiet rooms where words replace blades. Trade continues, but it is no longer strips of red cloth for pelts. It is ideas, art, knowledge, medicine. The Vikings measured distance by days of rowing, stars overhead, the taste of salt on the wind. We measure now by screens that tell us where we stand within a heartbeat. Yet even with satellites and compasses, the mystery of the horizon still calls. That calling has not left us. It is simply dressed in new garments. We look up now to the night sky not only to navigate seas, but to imagine travel beyond the earth itself. Their Vinland has become our Mars, their small settlement a reminder that every frontier begins with tents, with trial, with error, with the possibility of retreat. It is tempting to look back at their hardships and say, how far we have come. And indeed we have. But there is also value in saying, see how they endured. For endurance is still required of us, though the form has changed. Where they faced winters of ice and hunger, we face winters of loneliness and noise. Where they feared storms at sea, we face storms of the spirit, of uncertainty in a world that moves too fast. Their resilience was to row on. Ours may be to pause, to breathe, to remember that the human heart still beats at its own steady rhythm, no matter how the world races ahead. So as you listen now, safe within walls that do not leak, warmed by comfort they could never have imagined, let the contrast bring not pride alone, but gratitude. We are the inheritors of their courage, even when their plans faltered. We are the beneficiaries of their trials, even when their settlements vanished. The world we inhabit is shaped by their willingness to risk, and in recognizing that, we soften our gaze toward our own setbacks. What they left unfinished, we have continued in ways they could not dream. Communities spanning continents, voices carried across oceans without ships, friendships formed without borders. Yet at night, when all grows still, we are not so different. We too lie down, seeking rest, listening for reassurance that tomorrow will come. In that way, the heartbeat of history continues. The sea they once feared is now a path of peace. If you close your eyes for a moment, you may almost hear them still. The creak of timbers, the sigh of sails, the murmur of voices wrapped in wool against the cold. Yet when your eyes open again, you are not in a longship or a turf house. You are here, in the present, surrounded by a world that those settlers could scarcely have imagined. The contrast is gentle but profound. Where once men rowed for weeks with no guarantee of safe landfall, we now cross the Atlantic in hours, stepping from one shore to another, with little more effort than fastening a seatbelt. Where once a bull wandering loose could end fragile trade between strangers, today herds are counted in thousands, their milk and meat carried to distant markets under glass and steel. The uncertainty that shadowed every meal for the Vikings has been replaced by a near certainty of abundance for us. The hearth fire that once smoked in the middle of a turf house has become the soft glow of a lamp by the bedside. No longer must smoke sting the eyes or ash be tended through the night to keep a family warm. With a touch, warmth fills our homes. With another touch, coolness steadies them. Comfort, once rare and fleeting, is now constant and quiet. The way we tell stories, too, has changed. The sagas of the Norse were carried by memory, shaped by each voice that told them. Around firelight, one generation passed words to the next. Today, we carry those same sagas in printed pages, in digital screens, in the shared hum of an audiobook, guiding someone through a sleepless night. The medium has shifted, but the purpose is the same: to hold on to memory, to remind ourselves of courage, of folly, of the wide sweep of human possibility. Think of land again, not as it was then, raw and contested, but as it is now, mapped and governed, stewarded and shared. The old questions of ownership remain: who belongs, who decides, who cares for the earth? But the means of answering them have grown more complex. Courts and councils, communities and treaties, all these now serve where once only the sword or the axe determined outcomes. It is imperfect, certainly, but it is progress. And the strangers of yesterday? They are no longer strangers. Across the Americas, descendants of the peoples the Vikings once met carry their own long histories, rich with tradition, endurance, and adaptation. They are not shadow figures in sagas, but living communities, contributing to science, to art, to culture. The meeting once marred by misunderstanding has become a longer conversation, sometimes still troubled, but undeniably broader, more enduring. We have also extended the horizon itself. Where the Norse saw Vinland as the edge of the known world, we now gaze farther, into skies, into stars, into the dream of life beyond this planet. Our longships are of metal, our sails of solar light, yet the heart behind it is the same: the human impulse to seek, to learn, to try, even at risk of failure. The lesson of Vinland remains, whispered through time. Courage is not only in arrival, but in knowing when to return, in learning enough to guide the next attempt. And so, as you listen tonight, surrounded by familiar walls, the hum of a heater, perhaps the faint rush of a passing car, you can feel the arc of centuries bending close. The Vikings carried with them hunger, hope, fear, and awe. We carry with us memory, abundance, and the same longing to belong. Both are chapters in the same book, bound together by the rhythm of human striving. The sea is no longer a frontier of terror, but of connection. Fiber optic cables rest where their keels once cut through waves. Airplanes trace the skies above routes that longships first tested. What they risked to prove possible has become our daily inheritance. And with that inheritance comes a responsibility to remember their struggle, to live gently in our abundance, and to pass forward the wisdom that survival, whether in Vinland or in the modern world, always depends on respect, patience, and care. So let us end here, not with the sound of axes or the shout of warriors, but with the soft cadence of breath. The Vikings returned home changed. Their vision widened. And we, centuries later, are changed still by their memory. The sea they once feared is now a path of peace, carrying not only ships but stories, not only goods but understanding. Rest now, knowing you are safe, held by comforts born of centuries. Let the tide of history carry you not into storms, but into sleep, where courage and quiet endure together.